Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go sleep in my arms. And I realize something went wrong.
Uh-oh. I'm on cam when it comes to the whereby. Are we live? Oh, we're live. Uh-oh. Wow. Last weekend, but yeah, it honestly, it does kind of feel like yesterday for me. I mean, round one was mostly to be expected. However, we did have a couple upsets. Slowed and the Captain Fabulous were both coming out hard for EU, both taking the wins in the round one matches that they had against Shermie and Tim, respectively. And then we had, some fairly close matches too. Peters almost coming on top in the Peters Turbo matchup. We had Kronster and Very Hungry Cat, which ended up being a fairly close matchup, or at least it was on paper. And then, like I was saying before, the losers round one was really where all the things got really, really interesting. Shermie got knocked out against Arbo. Peters went ahead and knocked out Trio Tricks, which was a bit of a surprise. I mean, Peters has been around for a little bit now, but not that long. And then, Very Hungry Cat getting knocked out by Master 17. And I was talking about that, him just getting that flow, getting that tempo, and continuing to push forward in this bracket. So now, I mean, today we've got 24 and Josie. That's going to be a pretty prime match. We've got Turbo and Monty, which although I can take a guess as to which way this is going to go, Monty did go ahead and knock out Kronster. And I think Kronster v Turbo would be very interesting. So I have to assume that that's not going to be just a straightforward matchup. And then, in losers too, obviously we have the possibility, if Slode wins out against Peters and Captain wins out against Master 17, of the EU VRML admin showdown. And then on the top bracket, Tim possibly moving forward against Kronster. I think that's honestly going to be a very close matchup. And then Bot and Arbo. Actually, I'm pretty sure the last time I saw Bot and Arbo fight was during a fight night. So that was maybe, I haven't even run fight nights in 3-4 months at this point. So it'll be interesting to see this rematch. And I believe Bot came on top before, but everyone's been practicing hard in the last weeks, especially those who, know that they've been moving on here. So I expect to see a lot of top level gameplay today. And again, I'd keep your eyes on the losers bracket because that always seems to be where the action happens. There we go. Anything? There we go. There we go. You know what it was too? When I was casting that one day, my camera kept on freezing, and there was at one point, you'll have to ask Shermie for it, but it was in a perfect pog face, and then it just held like that for quite literally the rest of the stream. So if you guys are lucky, you might be able to see that again. Exactly. It's for the YouTube thumbnails, baby. I'm so sorry, Nightfire. People are saying that they cannot hear you. I am unmuting the audio source right now, and I can confirm they can hear me, which is the important part. But I want to make sure we're all getting the even word time in. It's like running for office.
There we go. We just needed the chat's help.
It's all right. It's all right. We're blowing it all out of the way early. Tomorrow is going to start off clean.
We're getting it out of the way now, too, because today is going to be a long day. And a good thing I had you go over the whole bracket, and I didn't say a single thing during that. So we're all good. You really haven't missed much from me other than the smooth tones in the intro, but good, well done, chat. Thank you for figuring this one out.
Yeah.
We appreciate
Thank
you.
you for looking out for us.
But yeah, we have that losers bracket that I'm looking forward to. Cronster, Tim, Bot, Arbo, Slowweed Peters, and Captain Fabulous and Master. And then we go up to that winners bracket where 24 and Josie haven't lost yet. Turbo and Monty haven't lost yet. Winners there move on to what I guess you consider the semifinals, although there's still a few rounds potentially after that. No, we actually don't have the bracket reset. So the semifinals, the finals, and then a bunch of rounds in that losers bracket, which is tomorrow. So we're getting to all of the meat, really. The finals is tomorrow, but we have 8 games scheduled here this afternoon, and so a lot of good quality action up ahead of us. And I'm looking forward to...
Takeaway is to make sure that you're following this page. That way, when we go live tomorrow, you're immediately aware, because the last thing you'd want to do is pop in halfway through tomorrow. That'd be devastating.
Yeah,
you want to watch the whole thing, start to finish.
That final round of losers bracket is going to have some very good players in it that are going to be competing for their potential chance at a 14 that prize pool, the cash, the hardware from HyperX, and that championship banner. There's definitely some good prizing on the line here this afternoon and tomorrow. So very excited to see what kind of competition we get. We saw a lot of interesting loadouts. I'm interested to see what team players have sort of learned just from their research that they've done over the last weekend, because now they've been able to go back and watch streams and understand people's play styles and try and develop counters over the course of 5 days. What are we going to see here today is the big question I have, and I'm in lobby ready to go. What are we seeing on the loadouts here, Oolong? Anything that sort of stand? Oh, we'll have to get Oolong in the lobby.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind. I'm catching up. But I'm just gonna take some guesses. I'm gonna say Fast Fall Hurricane. I'm gonna say Fast Wildcat. I'm gonna say this is...
Okay, you're right on the Fast Wildcat. The Fast Fall Hurricane's not there, but the Double Viper Ellipse coming in from
okay,
Votto.
Double Viper Ellipse. There we go. And I think we're jumping right into it.
No, they're in their warm-up round currently. Yeah.
Scared me for a second.
Stress
So
there.
from Arbo, we're seeing the Luma. I should have guessed the straight Luma, really. We're also seeing the slow Hammer Nade. We didn't see a lot of slow Hammer Nade. We saw a lot more of increased spread. We call it fast Hammer Nade. I'm trying to get away from that, but the extra spread Hammer Nade actually coming out for bot, so that's going to be a bit interesting. So it seems like Arbo's kind of going with that classic bullet hell combo, really looking to swarm the opponent's play area with a whole bunch of bullets. And then bot, on the other hand, is going for this double Viper Ellipse, tricky, looking to do all the damage in a couple second period of time. So it'll be interesting. It's the slow and steady versus the quick and painful.
And again, at this stage, you've been able to watch how these players use the Double Viper. How they use the Aegis Shield to deny certain elements. I really am excited to see counterplay this afternoon, and tomorrow in particular, where we've just had a different sort of level of competition, another tier, if you will, as we get deeper in to the very end of what has been 10 weeks of regular season gameplay, and now a culmination of all of that knowledge and skill developed to sort of showcase what you're capable of as a player. And, both of these players have put on fantastic rounds throughout the course of this tournament. I mean, they're both very skilled. I mean, from here on out, today and tomorrow, it is going to be nothing but the best of the best in Blaston duking it out against each other.
Yeah, and the interesting thing to see, too, is that there's been a big shift specifically in this tournament after the last patch, away from the bullet hell, the consistent builds, to these builds where players are willing to take a bit more of a risk to end things early. And usually the further and further you get along in these brackets, the more and more bullet hell starts to win out over, these sort of oops all DPS builds that people are seeming to bring. So there's a lot of talk right now about whether or not these builds are going to be able to stand, or if we're going to see people revert back to old habit. Here we go.
Had to give the go-ahead. The players hyped and ready, stretching and diving into it.
Yep.
A little bit of a fake out here.
Ooh, okay, there we go. Yep. Bot pulling out that charged hammer, basically saving it for the nade now that the Vipers don't take those out. And it looks like bot is just trying to stall past this first push.
I want to see what that bot attack fully looks like, you know, with this full setup. And here it is. The bullet hell tucking them into the corner.
Oh, there
Good
we go.
denial on the Cortex shield from Arbo, but they do get hit by one of those bullets. Interesting to not see the bounce Viper here. Instead, it's just the straight up Viper, Oolong. That's
Yeah. And, you know, I think that's kind of what we were talking about during those first couple rounds is that although it's great when you get that perfect positioning, a lot of the time you don't manage to get that, but managing to actually feign out a shot there and landing the second one, he's one shot away from taking round one.
Bot's playing this very nicely. They are camouflaging their Viper shots. They're putting up the entire bullet spread, forcing Arbo into a corner, and then hitting them with that double Viper combo. It's big damage coming through. And Arbo really hasn't had much of an opportunity to set up anything of an attack. They get hit by the shield toss. That's a full Aegis shield that connects onto Arbo. That ends up winning round one for Bot. And really just a solid round there from Bot.
Yeah, and Bot's just kind of sitting there with all the, okay, I guess not this round. Not this round, but they were just sitting there with all the weapons, you know, waiting for Arbo to get through their entire combo and then firing back, not getting too stressed out about it. Oh, and there we go, landing the charge hammer. Managing to do a good chunk of damage, about 25 on Arbo. Man, and Bot's just getting these early leads and just maintaining them afterward.
Good zoning into the corner, but the double Vipers don't connect. The charge hammer coming in doesn't connect. The full assault tries to come in from Arbo, but that denial of the hammer nade is a big element in sort of disrupting the full bullet spread from Arbo, but there's some Lumas. And now we're seeing what Arbo's trying to do.
There we go. Nice feint again from Bot. Yeah, those two Lumas really brought things even, so Arbo's definitely back in this now. I think they have the lead, too.
Oh, it is certainly close. One of those Vipers would have been big for Bot, but they do not connect. That Luma is going to be coming back for Arbo, and they have the full bullet spread, doing a nice job of zoning Arbo into the corner, but there's that shield from Bot that comes in and denies those Lumas. A nice shield toss from Arbo to just sort of, again, push them up a little bit ahead as the clock starts to tick down. 45 seconds left.
Yeah, and that's a costly shield at 5 seconds, too. So, you know, although he is using that very well and, you know, getting rid of the one Viper shot that really could make a difference in this round, it's still going to be expensive and slow down the rest of his combo.
Good dodge of the double Viper. The nade does go off for maybe the first time in a while. I wonder if they're going to throw that shield again, just try and take the 4 damage.
They definitely could. It seems like at this point, Bot's struggling to get one of those Vipers to land. That was a nice feint to get rid of the shield. That's a 5-second break point from Arbo.
Yeah, and all he has to do is grab it, right? And then he doesn't end up taking that damage. Although there is some chip damage there from Arbo. A nice hammer nade comes out the top. You can see why Bot was prioritizing shutting those down. One Viper bullet would have put him back in it, but it doesn't connect, and the round ticks down. We are tied up here, 1 round apiece. And for those that maybe don't know, this is a best-of-5 scenario, so we play potentially 5 full games here this afternoon with each series. But right now, we're into round 3, game number 1, and Bot's taking an early lead.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, the other debate here is going to be what does the better DPS, and I mean, Arbo being able to land those quick and consistent Luma shots at 4 seconds, I mean, compared to the straight Viper and the Viper Ellipse, it's, you know, it doesn't matter what you're running, it matters whether or not it actually can land. And honestly, Arbo managed to just land more shots than Bot did last round.
Oh, and Bot tried to deny that hammer nade with their shield, and it doesn't connect. That ends up being a pretty big waste of utility because the zoning does come in, and Arbo is able to connect onto that Wildcat, chips more damage onto Bot. And Arbo really doing a good job this round of avoiding damage. They've really done a good job of dodging this spread. That's a nice shield, but there's not a good avoid as a Viper does connect, a big hit. And that's obviously a staple for Bot. They need to be connecting with this double Viper combo, not necessarily the bullet spread. The bullet spread, if anything, is more of a camouflage for those double Vipers.
Yeah. Exactly, just distract, disorient your opponent, and then go in with the Vipers for big chunks of damage at once. Especially for the counter push potential, you know. Obviously, those are high-value bullets, and Arbo's going to have to watch out if they're trying to set up the whole bullet hell build, and Bot's coming in with double Vipers because he can do way, way, way more damage than Arbo can.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Bot does have the lead. That Viper that connected, and some of this chip damage is getting them a nice little advantage in HP. 30 seconds left, and that's a good Aegis shield denial there of that hammer nade. They needed to shut that down because here comes the Luma, and oh, there's the dodge. The Vipers aren't coming out, and the Luma hasn't been shot. 15 seconds left. They're going to go for big damage trades, and neither one connects out the gate.
And That 5-second shield right there in the last 10 seconds. That's not going to be great, but we'll see if Arbo. Oh man, no, doesn't get it. Oh, and in the last seconds.
The Viper Ellipse connects. Big damage, 30 damage. The 20 from the Luma is there, but Arbo is going to lose game number 1 to Bot.
Yeah, and I wasn't taking the exact count, but I was taking the general count. You know, Bot is really, really prioritizing that slow hammer nade, and I think for good reason. I think it's kind of the make or break when it comes to Arbo's whole combo. And that charge hammer and the Aegis shield is essentially allowing them to always have something online that can go ahead and get rid of that nade. In worst case scenario, they can't always just go ahead and reach up and grab it.
Yeah.
We talked about how that can be a risky maneuver sometimes because you don't want the thing to pop on your hand, but it seems like Bot's willing to take the calculated risk to get rid of that nade.
Again, we had some technical difficulties. This seems, I'm not sure how this is, well, it's all right. Oolong is still here. He's represented by the Deep Abyss.
Exactly.
The Deep Abyss.
I came into Arbo's home and I unplugged its sensors, so you're legally allowed to blame me.
Oh no, I'm talking about us on camera right now. We don't see you on
okay.
cam anymore. You
Oh,
are
come on.
you are
Why does this
represented
keep
by
happening?
the deep black
yeah.
abyss, and that represents your knowledge of the game of Blaston. Okay, it is all expanding and encompassing. Yeah, hopefully we can. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But for now, at least, I'm here and Oolong is here in spirit. Arbo has hopefully reconnected, and we will be getting in to potentially game 2 without any loadout swaps. For those that don't know, every game there's an option for either one of the players to say, "Hey, we're going to restart the lobby. I want to change my loadout." This can be a fake. They don't actually have to change their loadout, but oftentimes players will adjust their kits to try and counter their opponents. Their opponent has to sort of predict what that potential counter could be and pick that themselves. And then once you join the lobby, you are set. Your loadouts cannot be changed, and so you kind of get this interesting back and forth of decision making, essentially, where you have to try and figure out what your opponent is going to be bringing to the table. Back into the game we go for game number 2, and
maybe not.
Oh, false start. Yeah, we're still waiting for Arbo to figure out. Looks like against some tech.
Also, my cam should be back on if you want to test it. Don't want to give anybody too much of a behind the scenes view of what the setup looks like.
Yeah, we're not. Oh no.
Wow. We've got to. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're
going into round 1 now.
Okay. And Bot's starting it off with actually a chip that double, the double charged hammer is actually enough to get rid of that Cortex shield outright. And they have it back online, but they missed the nade. They're going to have to deal with it, and they actually managed to take a ton of damage from it.
Big hit there and a nice opening for Bot for sure.
Yeah, it's like 15, 20 damage. So it's definitely like a Luma shot onto Bot here, I'd say. Ooh, okay. Ooh, yeah, that was great placement there from Arbo. Oh, and my cam is just going absolutely insane now, huh?
Well, it's all right. They don't see that. They see the action in front of them. Can deal with that behind the scenes and not tell them about it. Doctor, as the action is unfolding, Bot, some big hits getting hit onto them. Man. They are getting chunked away, and Arbo. Oh no, there's the Viper that connects. The Ellipse coming up over the top.
Oh my gosh! If Bot takes it back here from the red, I think they can. You know, again, we've seen it once. Oh no, the Luma coming out for Arbo, and they're gonna go ahead and take round 1. You know, we've seen it again. We've seen it once. We've seen it again. The bullet hell build can't really. Sometimes we'll have a hard time actually finishing it, and that can give Bot an opportunity to get in with these high DPS weapons. At the very least, feign with the high DPS weapons and mess Arbo up.
Yeah, they are. I love to see that the battle of wits right now, and Arbo is definitely doing a good job of coming out of a tough game 1 loss, you know, to be able to come back here and put on display your kit, connect with the double Lumas there. A big hit that chunks Bot down as they tried to step forward and connect with their Viper. Really good job anticipating the bullet spread and the Viper step forward and be able to counter that with the Luma. Either that or very good timing from Arbo, as they now do a great job of dodging that full spread from Bot.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're also making sure to, ooh, nice Viper shot from Bot. They're really making sure to keep those hammer nades far outside of Bot's range for both the shield and that charge hammer that they were using to get rid of it before. And I think that it's helped them out immensely during this match.
Oh my goodness. Arbo could be taking game 2 here handedly if they manage to bounce back like this. I mean, really doing a great job with that Luma. Maybe they just sort of refocused their efforts, you know, on, oh no, as I say that, the Viper does connect. Bot just as capable of pushing back into this thing. One ellipse puts them in the lead, and now just a touch of damage away. A Luma doesn't connect there. Bot avoids it on the floor.
Bot's just going for throw damage at this point. They've got the they're gonna shoot and they're gonna follow it up. Oh no! He tosses it back!
Luma comes in, dodged fully, 10 seconds left on the clock, just trying to throw.
He does manage to get it with the weapons
at him, and yes, they do it.
Calculated. Calculated.
Big comeback for Bot.
Yeah, huge. And again, just showing that, you know, this DPS, it doesn't matter if they get behind. If they can manage to stay alive for just a little bit longer and, you know, get those 1 or 2...
All right, we have some audio issues. Apologies, folks. Oh my goodness. I don't know why the game is minimizing. Anyway, we're fine. Don't have the gameplay up. Watched Oolong there for a second. We're really trying to figure out the cams and audio, but
want us to be watching Blast on, right?
We'll get them back in here soon enough. And Bot
down the stream.
Yeah, he's delayed. He's late. He can't hear. He doesn't know he's lagging. We'll get him back in here soon enough, though. Hopefully, they figure out their connection issues. They're having cam issues, their audio. It's all right, though, because the action here is certainly delivering, and that's what matters. Well, I thought it was potentially on our end, so I do apologize for the game being minimized there for a few moments. But either way, a good bit of excitement here unfolding in front of us as Arbo does take big damage, but is doing a nice job of chipping back away at Bot. Oh no, a huge nade that hits them from behind. Bot does a good job pushing Arbo down into the corner. And Bot really trying to navigate the space. There's the bullet spread. It doesn't quite force Arbo into a tight enough zone where that Viper and Viper Lips combo was going to connect. And for now, Bot does have the lead. 15 seconds. And what was looking like a good opening for Arbo is now a stage where they need to connect with the Luma, and they can't land the Luma there. It's not going to recharge in time for them to be able to be effective with it. They have to hit here with the Wildcat or the Charged Hammer. Those are dodged by Bot, and they realize that they can take game 2 here handedly as Arbo crashes to the floor in despair. Bot's maybe going to go over there and revive them, it looks like, try and get them back up from the ground. Yeah.
All right, am I back? Am I back? I'm still having all sorts of issues. So.
Yes, we do hear you now.
No cam, sadly. Oh, maybe.
No cam.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is.
See if we can figure out that issue, but
Omnipresence just knocked down my door. I'm so sorry, folks. I'm having to switch to my pirated signal.
Okay. We still have Oolong here to chat with.
Yep,
and
I'm still here in spirit, even if I'm not on cams. And you know exactly what I was saying before this match, right? This is the test to see if Bullet Hell can still keep up with this new style of build where you only need to really get 2 or 3 hits in, and that's enough to settle the match most of the time, especially when your opponent can only deal their damage in small chunks at a time. I think that Arbo did everything that they possibly could, except for, you know, of course, dodging the Vipers. That's going to be the hardest part of all of this. But, you know, they realized that Bot was doing a good job of shutting down their combo by focusing on that Hammer Nade. So by just keeping the Hammer Nade out of the way instead of, you know, throwing it directly into Bot's effective range, that was helping them get off the combo more and more consistently. Again, it was just those last seconds, those last 30 seconds where, you know, they were getting tired. They were dodging a lot. They had a lot to worry about. The Hammer Ellipse was coming in to distract with a whole bunch of bullets. And then they were able to just, you know, go in with the double Viper and do a ton of damage, you know, within the last 15, 20 seconds. I mean, even Weapon Bros being brought out there.
Yeah. And we are just about ready to jump into our next lobby. Hopefully we can get Oolong's wonderful face on here soon. But for now, we are getting ready to get into game number 3. Bot on the left side, Arbo on the right. So we'll have to make that swap. Getting confused on the loadouts, but still seeing the double Viper. And, oh, a Viper Ellipse coming in for Arbo there.
Ooh. And you know, and now that that's 5 seconds, that actually can't, you know, we've seen a lot of double Vipers because of the overall reduction in cooldown of that combo. But, you know, even just putting one of the pieces of the puzzle is now really good. And I'm wondering, he did not switch it out for the Luma, so we might even see some juggling here. All right. Oh, starting off the round by hitting Bot right in the hand. Oh, man, that's a quick 30 damage as Bot tries to fire back with their own combo. But Arbo manages to duck out of the way. Oh, and then the Luma follow-up, and that's going to bring Bot to half health. Half health? It doesn't look like half health, but 20 plus 30 does equal 50. So I don't know. I don't know how it wouldn't be half health, but okay, Blaston. Oh, and another Luma shot. The fire rate on that weapon just so quick, and Arbo really, you know, really showing what it can do. It's interesting because even though these weapons are faster, it's going to make the downtime here a little bit more important.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be the spaces in between the cooldowns that are going to matter.
Oh, and there's a big connection from Arbo. They are not in the negatives. Apologies for that scoreline there. But, yeah, they are certainly on track for maybe their first game. But this is how they started last series as well. You know, they came out strong like this, and then they couldn't manage to finish it off. And so, oh no, they did. Excuse me, I had the scores wrong, don't I? Arbo did win that last round. It is tied 1-1, isn't it?
I thought the Bot won that last
round.
round.
Oh, did they? Okay,
we might have to check with the mods here for just a second.
Chat will
they
tell
were
us,
close. They were both 1-1 for sure. So.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, now Arbo's coming back and kind of giving Bot a taste of his own medicine.
I like to see that Viper Ellipse coming in, and it is certainly throwing off Arbo or Bots just a little bit there. They have a little bit more to focus on in dodge, and maybe that's enough to sort of distract them as well from their offensive pressure. We'll have to see if Arbo can string together a second round and take this game. And that was a nice hammer nade there. More Viper
Yeah, it
Ellipses.
takes a couple hits from those hammer nades. Honestly, the biggest thing I feel like is the fact that Arbo switched to the Aegis Shield. And that actually is going to give them a bit more of their cooldown back on top of running those shorter cooldown weapons. So their build's just a little bit faster. And now it looks like Bot's the one who can, who's going to be running out of weapon.
A nice double Viper dodge there. Good work from the likes of Arbo, trying to counter with an Ellipse of their own, and a nice denial of that hammer nade from coming in. It ends up being 2 hammer nades now into the zone of Bot. But Bot hits it to the floor, and some good floor work there coming in from Bot to avoid what was a nice setup from Arbo.
Yeah, just sliding across the floor. And honestly, all things considered, this is going to be settled by the next person who gets a shot in. I don't even think it has to be a Viper shot. I think any shot at this point. And here comes that hammer Ellipse from Arbo. It's going to put Bot in a bit of a dip situation. There hits. That's going to be all that it takes.
Yeah, a really nice hammer nade denial, and Arbo is able to do it. They take a game. They can put one on the board. They're not out of this battle yet, and maybe this loadout swap was enough to get them in it. Again, they go to the floor for maybe a breather.
Just collapsing.
Yeah, not sure what the play is there, but either way, exciting series here, and we've gone ahead and foregone the cams. We'll figure it out later. For now, you just get to look at the mug and the space where Oolong again is. But
Yeah,
yeah,
the dark void in which I currently exist.
Another good round there, and I mean we are into a solid series here to kick things off.
Yeah, and I think that Arbo did everything correctly there. They kind of realized where their build was falling flat. The Aegis shield, you know, not being as important when it comes to double Vipers, you know. That shield's going to take out a Viper shot either way. Doesn't matter how big it is. And then, you know, of course, realizing that they also had to push back with their own damage, you know, making sure to put that pressure back on bot and prevent them from, you know, setting up their combo. And what we saw towards the end was, you know, bot running out of weapon, you know, not really being able to keep up with the pace that Arbo was able to put forward with their sort of, you know, hybrid bullet hell build. So it'll be really interesting. I wonder if I'm pretty sure bot was the one to initiate this weapon swap. So it'll be very, very, very interesting to see what they do to sort of counterplay the counterplay. I think that them bringing in a Luma might be their best option, or possibly going for one of those Viper attachments. You know, not having a lot of bullets on the field, that might be an ideal place to start bringing in that bounce Viper like we were talking about at the very start of the round.
Yes, indeed, and we'll have to see what these loadout swaps are as we do get ready to hop into our next round.
Okay. I am going to restart real quick as I fight off the Octo Presence agents that are currently busting down my door, but do not worry, fellow blasters. I will be back.
All right, well, I'm still here, and so I suppose we can go, oh, no, we can't. Stick with this scene here as we wait now for our, now we're good. Okay. We're having some interesting tech issues here. We're trying to sort them. We're trying to get Oolong all figured out. We started ready to go, I can tell you that much. But I appreciate everyone hanging with us here through these trying times as we do now wait for the loadout swap. You got an indicator there that bot had the wrong attachment, and so I wonder if they meant that they had the wrong attachment for the lobby they created, or they during that last round they didn't have the attachment they wanted. Either way, we'll see what is changed up here as we get ready to get into the next bit of action. And man, so far this has been a fantastic series. I think I have the score right. Please do feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on the score. Oh, I see. I still have the wrong. I apologize. It is day 3 of 4. I gotta update that. And there is our connection in for our next round. Go ahead and see what we have for the loadouts here this afternoon. Team over here on my right. We'll get it big screen soon. There we go. We've updated things. Oolong may be trying to reconnect into our cams. That's apologies for any issues there. And we have swapped sides as if there's not enough things to do. Bots now on the purple and Arbo in blue.
Sounds like I came back at the perfect time.
We did indeed, as we are about to jump into our next round of the action.
True.
And again, I think I have the accurate scores now. So all good. Bot up 2-1 here. Arbo battling for their life. Obviously, if they lose here, yeah, I mean, they are out of the series with a loss here. We are going to dive right into the action. Kicking off here with a nice spread there from bot. Good zoning. And an interesting shift off of the double Viper build into a full bullet hell spread from bot. Using that Raptor Ellipse. And what else? The swap and the Wildcat? Yeah, they're bringing a Wildcat now. And so, again, no more of that Viper from bot. Still with the Viper Ellipse and the Luma coming in for Arbo. But maybe this bullet hell build is going to be enough to kind of force Arbo into the back's field and not really allow bot to step forward and do too much damage. I don't know. We'll have to see what this full spread looks like, how this double Viper is used. Or, excuse me, the Viper Ellipse Luma, not a double Viper, but similar damage potential.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of, if you look at it funny. Gotta say, you know, the proficiency that people have now with juggling the Luma with other weapons, that really has changed the entire way that people are using the weapon too. So I'm still loading in just a little bit, but
yeah, it really does. And right now, bot having a tough time up against Arbo in this first round, not able to do maybe as much chip damage as they were hoping with that bullet hell build, as Arbo has a little bit more firepower with that Viper Ellipse Luma build. And so, oh, there it finally is, some good chunk damage. And I think some of those Raptor Ellipses, no, none of those do connect. Good dodges coming in there from Arbo. Those are big damage if those manage to tag you. And so they kind of are coming in last, it seems, from that full bullet spread. Nice denial there of bot using the Aegis shield, trying to get more spread out there. There's the hammer nade. Here comes the Wildcat. And Arbo is really just doing a great job of dodging. And obviously that's a great counter to a full bullet hell build. But they are really just threading around the spread that bot is trying to put out with this shift in their loadout.
yeah. All right, and I am fully back in. A little bit glitched. The Octo Presence agents continue to just give me trouble, but not gonna let that stop me. Yeah, it's very interesting now that I'm getting a full sense of the build. It seems like bot has basically taken the bullet hell for themselves. Which was interesting considering that I'd say that it wasn't working too well for Arbo. So it'll be interesting to see if they can outplay them at their own game. Ooh,
Big damage.
Those Raptor Ellipse shots hurt. 3 of those is equal to 1 Viper bullet, so good halfway point. Uh-oh.
Wow. Just like that. Bot has things, and oh no, it looks like it was a potential technical issue.
Uh-oh.
From the likes of Arbo. Not ideal.
But the sportsmanship coming through.
Yeah, I think at this stage we're just going to I wonder if we'll even end up replaying that last round. You know, and then if Arbo wins, that'll just be the game, and we'll go to a new one.
We can absolutely do that too.
Plenty of options here.
It looks like they might be in this.
Yeah, again, I think we'll probably end up resetting once they do get back. I don't know if they would jump right back into the gameplay here, but I guess we'll see. I wonder what did happen there though.
Yep, and exactly right. We're just gonna go ahead and I think play that last round.
It seems like they were putting their controllers back on, so I wonder if they had somehow like pulled their cord out or ended up the headset fell or something. I wonder what happened there with Arbo. We've had sprained ankles, people falling in their play space. There's been a lot of chaos throughout the course of these rounds, and so.
And I make the assumption that everyone here has watched VR games before, but in case you haven't. It is a very physical. It requires your proper play space. It requires, setup. And the other thing to factor in is that these two are sweating right now. They have just played about, 15 to 20 minutes of high octane action gameplay. So it is going to be, one of them said sweat, and I'm hoping that sweat didn't drip somehow into the Quest headset itself. They're usually fairly well locked out, but yeah. But yeah, very, very interesting either way. Again, only caught the very end of the match. Oh, it was a cable disconnected.
Wow.
But, seeing bot come at Arbo with essentially the same build that they initially brought, but now Arbo doesn't have the Cortex shield, doesn't have a lot of the tools that they had originally expecting bullet hell. So it'll be interesting to see how they dealt with it.
Just to kind of go back to the cable pullout, that's almost one of the more painful things to do in VR2. Because you end up, you'd have to pull that cable out. You're either at one point in time your headset's getting yanked back. Your head gets pulled back by the force, and then the cable does disconnect. That is definitely not a comfortable scenario to find yourself in. So I definitely can sympathize there. And I think what we would do is just remake the lobby, same loadouts.
Yep.
And play through and see if.
Actually, and I am wrong. Arbo is not playing on the Quest. He's playing on Windows VR. There you go.
Yeah, I figure with a cable pullout, it would probably not be Quest or Quest 2, but yeah, there's so many variety of headsets out there. Obviously, you can buy Blaston on Steam or Quest 2. It all has cross-play enabled, and so we get headsets of all flavors playing in the league, and interesting to actually see the Windows headset being used by Arbo, who's arguably a very high-ranked player, a very skilled player in the likes of the Blaston community. So maybe we should do a survey, see what the standard headset is. I wonder what the variety is out there.
There you go. And hey, you know what? If you do have a Quest headset and you are still using that little elastic strap that comes with it, just sticking that thing to your face, and you're playing at this level, I believe we have some fantastic sponsors that do some Quest accessory work.
Yeah, we do. Not in particular for this league, but for the overall VRML. But
I tried to do the plug so hard.
I know, it's okay. It's
setup.
just Blaston is sponsored by HyperX, of course. They do have good peripherals, but just HyperX and the Resolution Game Studio coming in to contribute to the Blaston prize pool of $1,400 right now, $1,450 in cash and hardware. And so, it's certainly something to, again, be competing for there this afternoon. But we do have, obviously, I guess to the point, other leagues that do go on within the VRML, and those do have other sponsors like VR Cover, ProTube VR for games, shooter games that require, or encourage a mount, and a variety of other sponsors that tend to be specific for each different kind of league around their different sorts of gameplay styles. And so, either way, we do appreciate HyperX for contributing into the prize pool, and they are a fantastic sponsor to the VRML, so a big shout out to them. Soon enough, we should have a discount code that can be applied to all purchases in the U.S. That'll give you a 20% off, and so once we have that code, be sure to follow the social media and be ready for that blast out there so you can get in and pick up some cheap or at least discounted gear. Let's go ahead and give the go-ahead to the players, as it does seem like they are in lobby.
All right.
And
loading back in. So we will be restarting with Arbo having the advantage of one round. My game was a little bit glitched, so I sadly did not see that we were actually still on round 2 with Arbo taking that first round. So again, the pressure's really on Bot, and either way, whoever wins or whoever loses this set is sadly going to have to leave. The pressure is definitely on for both of these players, as it seems like we are on track for a possible Game 5 right off the bat.
It's Arbo's definitely doing a nice job of bouncing back here, and I just wonder if the loadout swap from Bot is enough to... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, okay. Bot's forfeiting that round, so that it gives one to Arbo.
I thought they tried to charge right off the bat. I mean,
I did too,
that's what happened. But
I did too.
Not the intended functionality at the very least.
Not indeed.
All right, but getting right into this.
Right back into it. Game number 3. I have to swap sides. Players, of course. But Bot is in the blue, Arbo in the purple. Bot with a 2-1 lead right now, but Arbo obviously with round lead.
Yep, and that Aegis shield just eating up all 3 of those Luma shots. And Arbo ended up taking quite a bit of damage just trying to apply that counter pressure. Ooh, and yeah, and it really is Arbo's turn to go ahead and, do everything that Bot was doing in those first 2 rounds. Shield the hammer nade, watch out for bullet hell, and also land some amazing Viper Ellipse shots.
Whoa. Big damage
Man.
from the Wildcat from Bot. A huge connection with that bullet spread. And while Bot was taking big damage, Arbo, obviously risking themselves as well. And now Bot is a round away from taking this series, advancing on. Arbo obviously needs this one to continue to push forward and take us to a Game 5. And they do start off with a nice little bit of chip damage, but not quite enough to really get them into a comfortable lead, as any one of those Raptor ellipses would have put Bot back into it.
Yeah, and honestly, as far as damage goes, that Raptor ellipse is essentially going to be Bot's main damage dealing tool. I feel like that and the spreading hammer nade. Ooh, there we go, man. The nice Luma on Bot there for a quick 20 damage. And it looks like again, Bot is kind of stalling on these weapons.
Yeah, still though, a very close round into the first minute. Not a comfortable lead though. I mean, Arbo certainly wants to connect with one of those Viper ellipses. They're not necessarily setting up the space for those Viper ellipses to be very camouflaged though. It's been pretty easy for Bot to avoid them so far. And I don't know about that single-use Wildcat. I think at this stage, players can dodge a Wildcat pretty good when it's just being shot at them all in itself.
No, Bot steps out of bounds. Oh no! Oh no! The Viper ellipse. Okay. Oh man, and that hammer nade goes off.
Yeah.
Bot is not looking too good.
They are not. It's looking like we're headed to a Game 5 here, unless Bot can put something together.
No, and they catch the nade.
Yep, a nice denial there.
Yeah, the thing about the Wildcat, as you can see here, it's always good pressure. It always forces a little bit of movement either way. So, even if you're not getting damage directly with the weapon, it's still disrupting your opponent. It's still ensuring that, maybe they don't get the prime placement that they need in order to get off their combo. And it's going to come down to the wire here. Maybe something could happen, but I don't think so.
No. Oh, Bot.
All right, and right off the bat, we're going to a Game 5.
You love to see it. I wonder if Bot's going to go into a loadout swap, maybe take double Vipers, and obviously they also have that potential threat of diving forward, right, and diving into the arena. We've seen that in a round or two, but I don't think this is the loadout to be doing. I guess maybe with a hammer ellipse and a hammer nade, or 2 hammers, you could, but. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a loadout swap coming in here from Bot.
I personally feel like we are, but it doesn't. I feel like if he was going to swap rooms, he would have already went ahead and swapped the rooms. He might be thinking about it right now. He might be thinking about it just based off of his expression. I think he should go back to what he knows. There's a lot, especially at this level of play. You see a lot of, Oh, okay. All right, we're going for a gentleman's agreement.
Wow.
We're sticking with it.
Interesting. I wonder why. I mean, at what point? I feel like Arbo has really had good control and command over this loadout series here. Bot certainly was able to get some big damage onto Arbo, but I feel like that was maybe, something that's not going to happen very often, and maybe I'll stand corrected, but there's a good dodging from Arbo to avoid what was the full press coming in from Bot.
Yeah. It's, I personally, I think that Bot knows that he got 1 round off, and if he can get 1 round off, he can get 2 rounds off. But again, it's up to how well he can dodge. Sometimes it's not the build you're bringing, it's just how well you play against the build your opponent's brought. And I think Bot, ooh, that was a very good hammer nade.
Nice. Really zoned
think at
them
the end
well
of the day,
there.
Bot's just not playing as defensively as they were with the double Vipers. The double Vipers gave him a very clear objective, dodge and then move in with your high DPS weapons and go for it. Now that he's having to put a little bit more thought into his setup, now all of a sudden he's having to worry a lot more about the specific timing of when things are going on. A nice bait of the nade there.
Yeah.
He's going to go ahead and pepper some Wildcat shots just to go ahead and disrupt a little bit. That Luma's scary. That Luma's looming.
It's Lumaing.
the looming Luna. Ooh.
Nice shield work.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Very good shield work, but they can't dodge the Viper Ellipse. They put everything into avoiding the spread, and 30 seconds left.
Okay.
Arbo
All
comes
right.
in huge. Both
Huge damage
exchanging
coming out
big
from both
blows.
sides. Okay. Oh, and again, you're seeing these cases where bot actually is running out of weapons a little bit too quick on the trigger. Okay.
Said though, forced into that dodging pattern, and they certainly are capable of doing that. They find themselves on the back foot here going into our first round of game 5, and they try and put out the full spread onto Arbo, dodging the Luma. No, not dodging the Luma. That one's going to connect, but a very close round 1 in this 5th game.
Yeah. Wow, that was an incredible pullback. I mean, honestly, from both of them, it was still very, very close. But it just goes to show that, hey, you know, when you bring essentially what is a double Viper, a Luma Viper combo, that can just do more damage than the build that Bot's brought. So Bot's gonna have to focus a lot more on playing his build a little bit slower than what he's used to. And again, I feel like that's really where, you know, a potential weapon swap in this last round would have paid off, is just by matching their play style a little bit better. They throw out that Aegis shield, but they don't manage to get it. Not quite.
Luma, well dodged by Bot, recognizing the threat there and avoiding the full bullet spread.
The entire Hammer Nade collapse on Arbo. We're going to round 3 of the 5th game, folks.
Doesn't get any deeper than this, and I feel like Bot's been trying to do that for maybe the whole time they've had this loadout. You know, really trying to get those late detonated Hammer Nades to connect. They did find success, obviously, with that in games earlier, but yeah, now we find ourselves here into the final moments of this round. Arbo dodging their way through a bullet spread, and the Luma connecting onto Bot, both of them taking damage. Ultimately, Bot, the one that is now in a disadvantage, but it's only 30 seconds in, plenty of time for Bot to work with. They just have to wait for their full loadout to respawn in here.
Yeah, and you know, again, it's this sort of thing where the chip damage and the sort of distance that Arbo is able to get with just 1 or 2 Viper Ellipse or Luma shots, it's taking Bot much, much longer, if nothing else, to go ahead and close that gap. Although they close it, man, they're really looking for weapon throws. They're looking to end this thing soon.
This is it. This is all the marbles. I mean, you lose this, your season is done. You're out of the championship. You're knocked out of this tournament, and you can't really get it down to more of the wire than this right here to kick things off. I mean, again, a great game and a great battle.
Oh, this might be.
Ooh, Arbo here. 40 seconds left. Plenty of time for Arbo to connect with a Viper Ellipse or a couple of Lumas.
Yeah, yeah, and honestly, I think that Bot needs to slow the heck down. They need to be careful here, especially as the push comes in with the Luma. Because this game is not over yet. Bot's taking plenty of these rounds on red. Nice toss back for the nade.
Big. That would have been obviously tough damage hit. Here comes the spread. The Hammer Nade's up, trying to zone, but doesn't really do quite a job of zoning Bot into a corner, and Bot is able to avoid and slide and dodge. Arbo can't connect onto the Luma. They don't have the Ellipse here to do anything. The Wildcat's not going to be enough, and Arbo accepts their fate, falls to the ground, and Bot takes our first battle of the afternoon. They are moving on to the next round in the losers bracket, which we'll get to later today, but a great series here for them. They can now take a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, and it looks like both of these two are taking a bit of a breather right now. Yeah, and you know, I think at the end of the day, you know what? Bot went ahead and took the more consistent option, took the more consistent approach rather than trying to go for the high risk, high reward. And it seems like Arbo kind of went for the opposite, right? Going for high risk, high reward, and it did net them at least 1 or 2 games. So great set from both these two. Arbo, the man, the Italian stallion himself. But not our only, I believe, remaining Italian correspondent. I do believe Turbo is playing currently in Italy. Although I could be wrong on that. He might just be from Italy originally. But yep, GG's Arbo. Both of these players also are new, at the very least, started playing at the beginning of this year. So the fact that both of these two have made it so far is nothing short of amazing.
Certainly is. Take a look at the brackets here of the afternoon. a exciting battle to get us here, and Bot is going to be moving on to that losers round 3. Next up on the list, take a look at who we have coming up. It looks like Peters and Slowy is where we are headed. And so it shouldn't be long before we do have that code up. Sloyd, obviously, one of our mods, so we're not going to root for anybody on the desk. We've been specifically informed by several players to not root for them, and so I'm not going to say that I want to see either one of these players win, but I am excited for the Sloyd Peters battle. We'll see who obviously goes on to that bottom losers round 3. And again, 8 games here this afternoon. So first, 1 of 7 Oolong. This could be a 3 or 4 hour day of Blast On.
Oh yeah, and you know I'm here for it. And again, Peters, although not, I wouldn't necessarily consider him new. Slode has definitely been playing since the game's released, and he has shown promise against Turbo. And who wins in the Slode Turbo matchup? I know that would be a close match for sure. So, I still think as much as we want to see the VRML admin matchup, I think there is very realistically a world where Peters is able to take this and move forward. Man, I wish I knew more about what Slode runs, but Peters is not afraid to run some far out things. I believe we saw him using the the Lance Rapade, along with that Charge Hammer combo, and that actually managed to do, it was pretty interesting, did some work there. And if he's able to, really outplay his opponent before the game even starts by picking a strange build that Slode hasn't seen before, I think we definitely could see the upset.
It is, again, a day of question marks and potentially a day of upsets at this stage because, again, we're kicking off with that loser's bracket, and so we are going to be knocking 4 players out right away here this afternoon, and again, excited to see. I guess what we should stipulate, though, that are they in the top 8 at this stage?
At this stage, I think it would be.
Or is that?
I'll have to check the bracket, but I actually do think, because we have 4 in the winners bracket, and then these are our it'll be the next match. The next matchup where the 2 from the losers bracket will play. That will be our top 8.
So once we have that top 8, then you are in the money, so to speak. Mm-hmm. All the way down to 8th place is getting cash out of this tournament. But obviously, the higher you go, the better you do, the more money you are going to earn. And once you get into that 1st, 2nd, 3rd place range, you're also getting that HyperX gear. And so certainly, something to be competing for even now in these losers bracket rounds, outside of obviously avoiding elimination. We do have our teams just about ready for our next match as they are jumping into lobby. We'll take a look at their loadout shortly. It is going to be, again, Sloweed versus Peters. Sloweed on the blue side, Peters on the orange, purple.
Yeah, and it's funny because Turbo just actually, when I went ahead and I said I didn't know what Slode likes to run, Turbo has actually went ahead and sent me what he runs, and I think he hit it pretty much right on the head. Luma, he said Luma, Hurricane, Raptory, Wildcat, Hammer, Nade, and all of those are correct. So, Turbo, you've won our special grand prize for guessing Bill. It's like the bracket prediction contest.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, and Peter's going out here, definitely doing a bit of an all-oops DPS build. Running that splitting Hurricane instead of the fast fall Hurricane. So last time we saw that, I believe, was with Very Hungry Cat, and it worked out okay for them. Again, the maximum amount of damage you can do per pellet is 8 compared to the fast falls, 14 per hit. So it'll be interesting to see how exactly they're using that, especially considering that everything else on their build is pretty much tailored to damage.
Peters, yeah, definitely coming in with that, I don't know if you would consider that the oops all DPS build there from Peters, but it is certainly heavy on the threat presence, the double Viper Luma, the Hurricane, But it is the split Hurricane, so maybe trying to get a little bit more of that spread there. But the Hurricane Fall coming in from Slowy, they're looking to do some big damage here with those big numbers, and there's one that does connect. 10 damage on the spot, a Viper hitting, but rebound damage coming in from Slowy. Big damage from this Hurricane split, actually, that does chip away onto Slowy's shoulders. And we're off to the races in game one, round one between Slowy and Peters.
Man, and landing another bounce Viper shot. And again, Peters not too afraid to do some crazy bounces as well off the walls. You know, it's hard to tell at the moment how much of this is maybe just slowed and trying to get used to this build. But man, we're definitely seeing an upset right at the start here.
Not sure what tagged Slowy at the end there, but a big chunk of damage that does get dealt, and Peters does take round one confidently.
Yeah. I think it was a bounce Viper shot. Don't quote me. Oh, man, another Viper shot right at the start of the round. Oh, and Peters taking 3 Luma shots. Oh, no.
Huge. Really rough. That is obviously not the ideal world to be in. Good dodging there from Slowy on that Luma with the lips attachment. Oh, and there's a bounce Viper. Connects to the head, to the back of Slowy, anticipating that would go above them. It does not. Big damage dealt. Lumas are dodged there. This time from Peters. Same goes for Slowy.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yep, and so those... Okay, all right, though. Slowed seems to be focusing some of the resources on making sure that those splitting Hurricanes don't actually manage to get through. So, I mean, hey, if nothing else, the defensive option. Ooh.
Nice hammer nade denial there. Avoids the Luma threat. Very good job from Peters to stay in this one. They want to take this round. They want to take game one. They have this round one lead right now, but here comes the full assault, the full press. Wildcats dodge. No, the Hurricane and the Wildcat connect a little bit there onto Peters. Slowy is able to avoid things so far, and they do damage before the Hurricane comes down on top of them. Slowy bouncing back and taking a round.
At once, but again, you know, trying to land it consistently is going to be the hard part, and Slowed seems to have a solid setup here. Walk off that back end of the opponent's podium with those quick fall Hurricanes, and then move in with that Raptor Ellipse Wildcat combo, and to really force them into a hard decision. Move forward into a ton of bullets, or move backwards into a ton of damage.
Fall Hurricane. Doing
All
big
Hurricanes.
DPS there for Slowy.
Folks.
Illuma connects there. Peters dodging into that big damage for Slowy. They have a nice, solid lead here, but that gets chipped away quickly as some nice connections there onto Slowy. Not anything big, not the Luma, not the Viper. Instead, standard Wildcat damage and small bullet damage. There's a Luma onto Peters, though, and Peters is a hair away.
They dropped the Hurricane.
Oh, there's the weapon toss to do the last bit of damage needed. Slowy comes out on top and takes game number one.
And I am happy to say that my webcam is now working again. So sorry, folks.
Oh, well, then it's something on my end. I still see you as the darkness, but it's fine. We'll keep you.
We'll keep me in the darkness.
It is what it is for now, and it is what it will be. So it's all good. We're still having the good commentary here this afternoon, and good action to say the least. I mean, Slowy again taking it down to a round 3.
Yeah, and I think this is the main weakness of that sort of, you know, oops all DPS. If you can't land with it, then, you know, you essentially have a bunch of weapons that can be used very, very quickly and that have reasonably long cooldowns. So it's hard to sort of keep that pressure on continuously unless you have something else to really enforce that. And I mean, the only other 2 weapons he had on his build really were the Hurricane and the extra spread Hammer Nade, which both of those also can be used very, very quickly. So, you know, I think Peters coming in with a weapon swap here. I could easily see him going for either going all in on that aggression, continuing to use more zoning tools, or possibly taking that step back, possibly removing either the Bounce Viper or the even the Luma, and instead putting something on like a Hammer Ellipse or even a slow Hammer Nade. I think I could see.
That's the beauty of this game, is that there really is so many options to like the meta that you know, you may not necessarily dive into on a regular basis if you just play the game casually, but at this stage there really is a so much mental and mind games that does go in, and that's what I really like about a good quality VR esport, is that almost all of them do have that big mental capacity they don't necessarily think about.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, you know, just giving players the options that they need in order to really make the game theirs. I think that was, you know, the whole point of Resolution, introducing the attachments in this last update. And it's really nice that, you know, there's counter picks for sure, but then there's also, you know, what the players are comfortable with and what you're the best at using. So, you know, there's a lot of gameplay that goes in before the match even starts, but the realistic answer is that it all happens here either way. And I'm not seeing any real. I'm actually seeing a double down on the aggression, I think, with that Wildcat being brought in from Peters. I might be going crazy, and he may have just been running that last time. But
no, I think they were. The charge hammer?
Weren't they?
Do they have the charge hammer?
Oh, they did. They had the charge hammer. You're absolutely correct.
Ooh, nice little bit of juggle in there. Dodges, well, two of the Lumas. One does connect there, though, and Slowy takes some big damage. The Hurricanes coming in. Those do to connect onto the shoulders of Peters as well. Just such big damage from that fall Hurricane.
Yeah, and it's huge, too, because, you know, again, the decision that Slode is forcing Peters to make is, do you step forward into my Raptor Ellipse and Wildcat, which are very hard to dodge, or do you step backwards and risk taking, you know, 28, but it might as well be 30 damage, a whole Viper bullet from the fast fall Hurricane.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a debate. There's some big damage. Two Lumas hitting on the Peters. They get chunked down massively. The Bounce Viper coming in. I love to see the juggling of the Viper and that Luma, taking shots, then grabbing the Viper, maintaining that bounce presence, but it doesn't quite connect, and Slowy comes in big with round one, chipping away huge on that final assault. And you know, again, Peters really just needs to connect with their big damage dealers.
Yeah. Yeah, and they got desperate at the end there. You know, they're firing the Hurricane forward with you know, fast fall. Okay, there's a little bit of damage being exchanged. With fast fall, it's pretty okay since you do get a little bit of boost of speed. But, you know, with the splitting Hurricane, you really, really, really want to fire it up if at all possible. So, kind of showing, I guess, a little bit of the desperation. But there we go.
Nice.
Peters going ahead and hitting a bounce Viper shot and some of that Wildcat.
They also had the Hammer Nade denial and their own Hammer Nade. It was perfect.
Yeah. Oh, the Hammer Nade. That's what it was. You're right. You're right. It was the Hammer Nade. Well, and honestly, the other thing, too, is that I think he's firing his Hurricane a little bit too far back. I don't think I've even seen the Hurricane really land on Slode's podium.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe he doesn't quite have the right angle. That certainly will land on Slowe's podium there. It may even connect on Slowe before it detonates, but doesn't matter. Slowy takes the damage needed. Peters is going to bounce back and take a round. Not out of the woods here for game number 2 just yet, but Slowy certainly close to taking a 2-0 lead. Peters obviously wants to even things up.
I like the comparison that Turbo just went ahead and put in chat. Each one of those fast fall Hurricanes is kind of like a Frostbite. Frostbite's doing 15 damage. Those are all doing 14 damage. So it's kind of like having 5 snowballs falling out of the sky without the blind, which definitely hurts.
One of those Bounce Vipers ended up tagging Sloyd in the back as well, and they've taken a big chunk of damage here out the gate. Peters with a very nice opening. Already has Sloyd down to half health, but Sloyd says, hey, I can do the same. Ends up pushing Peters into a corner, really doing a nice job of chipping damage away at them, and Sloyd does some good dodge work here and connects with the Luma.
That Luma's really coming through as the MVP, too. Oh, man.
Here it comes again, and another one
it is
connects. Jeez.
Oh, nice shot there from Peters, but Slode manages to get out of the way of it.
I like to see that bounce shot off the floor, trying to connect there onto Slowy, but Slowy doing a good job there of avoiding that Viper bounce threat. Going to go ahead and put on their own pressure as the Hurricane comes in just a little bit too far back behind Peters. Slowy not getting maybe the damage they were hoping out of that, and Peters survives another round to win.
Oh my goodness.
Was that a Viper Luma?
That was a Viper lip shot, yeah. One of the few Viper lip shots that Peter managed to land these games. You know, I do find it interesting too. you know, Slowed running that straight Luma has had no issue hitting Peters, you know, once if not twice in quick succession. And meanwhile, the curve on Peters' Luma isn't doing him too many favors during these games.
Yeah, it really isn't. It seems almost to be curving around Slowed rather than into them. And a good opening there for Slowed as they do connect with some of those hurricane shots. Again, another one hitting onto the shoulder. A couple of more connecting there for Slowed, and Peters off to a rough start. A big opening for Slowed here to kick things off, and a lot of work left ahead of Peters. A lot of dodging, and well, just a Luma is all it was.
Luma directly to the face.
Yep.
Oh no. And the pressure just continues to be on Peters to get this back. There we go. Okay, both Vipers landing.
That's the opening.
Wow, that was the first 10 seconds.
Obviously, you know, the strategy here is just connect with your big damage dealers, and that certainly is a tall order to ask, but when it happens, Peters definitely comes out ahead. Slowed. Ooh, taking some hurricane damage finally.
Yeah, finally. That's exactly how I feel about it. And I feel like he's managed to send most of them to the back of the podium, but too far back on the podium. That one was the perfect distance. And I mean, Slowed didn't even realize how much damage he would take until the very end. But speaking of that, the Luma landing.
Slowed's looking to take game 2 here, but it is very close. Peters wants to grab a round, push this into a round 3. A Luma connecting would be the end of it, but Slowed dodges those and connects with their own. The Luma.
Gotta look up.
Luma and Hurricanes coming in onto Peters, and game 2 goes into their hands. Do we see a loadout swap here? No. Peters says, I've won a game with this loadout already. It's going to happen again. They can do it, but their back's certainly against the wall here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. And it's clear that they want to try and end these rounds as quickly as possible. They don't really want to linger too much at all. Oh, no, and out of bounds damage, zapping Peters for about a quarter of his health bar, too.
Just a Viper. That's all it takes.
Yeah, those
here.
bounce Vipers, especially when Slowed is crouching down and staying low to the floor, Peters isn't really able to get the double bounce that he really wants to see from those. It's sort of forcing him to aim downwards, and it's ruining the bounce.
Yeah, it's almost like they have to kind of meet Slowed on the floor and take those shots.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? That's probably
tries to snipe the nade with the Luma.
That's going to be a good bounce. Forces Slowed to one side or the other. You put it down the middle, you can kind of split your opponent. Peters there, tucked into the side. Has to connect. Ooh, almost does the Luma bounce combo. That was a nice play from Peters, but Slowed doesn't get hit by that bounce. The Lumas do connect, though, so Peters is back in this, but still at a disadvantage, and now they're out.
That was what? I mean, not 45, 42 damage from Hurricanes alone? That's brutal.
Dodge. Big connection there onto Peters with the Luma.
Yeah, and it seems like even with those bounce shots, he might be aiming just a little bit too far back on Slowed's podium. Nice catch.
And that is a Peters jumping up in the air, reaching into the sky. I mean, you gotta be careful with a play like that. If you don't have the height, the ceiling space for that in your play space, you're punching through a wall. You're punching through your roof.
Yeah, or worse, punching directly into a ceiling fan, which I have certainly done before.
Oh my goodness. Big opener for Slowed here. A spread comes in, and Peters does dodge nicely. There's the detonation of the Hurricane over top, but you're right, the Hurricanes detonate and they push back a little bit. You know, they don't detonate and go straight down, and so Peters is just missing that a little bit. Oh, a Hurricane hits on the shoulder. Peters is a bullet away from going out, and they are done. Eliminated. Slowed advancing on with game 3 won in 2 rounds.
And just goes to show in games like this how fast things can turn. I mean, that entire set was like, what, 10 minutes? I think there wasn't really any matches in that set that went more than 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, we didn't go down to that time limit as an element that was winning rounds for these players. It was big damage and big connections coming in that were separating the winner or the loser. And I mean, good job from Peters, you know, certainly coming out with that double Viper and putting on good damage at the start of a couple of rounds there, getting nice leads, sometimes capitalizing on them and doing really a good job of fighting against Sloweed, who otherwise was just constantly putting up a lot of pressure onto the likes of Peters. And I imagine now they're both taking a good breather, you know, and that sweat on the brow, so to speak, is definitely
and, you know,
there.
Flood's gonna have to play again today, and he's probably gonna have to play against someone, no offense, but who's gonna challenge him a lot more than Peters did during that set. But yeah, you know, and again, it's sort of these key differences between those two builds that really made all the difference. Slow running that fast fall Hurricane ended up being the MVP of most of those rounds. I mean, there were those 2 rounds at the end where, you know, one, he took 42 damage just because he was standing in the wrong spot. And the other one, he actually was trying to reach over for his weapons. And that's what managed to put him directly in the line of those Hurricanes compared to Peters, which, you know, he did manage to get it once or twice with the full, you know, splitting Hurricane. But, you know, it really still, even at most, it was doing 8 damage, which, you know, that 6 damage difference was making a ton of difference, especially when they were getting hit with multiple different bullets. And then the Lumas too, you know, the straight Luma, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it seemed like the curve for Peters was doing more damage than it was helping him out. Meanwhile, Slowed with the straight and simple shots, as long as you could sling them off quick enough. And there were several rounds where, you know, Slowed was taking 2, 3 Luma shots in a row. So there's a lot. I remember when that attachment came out, there was a lot of talk because people were like, this is just a straight upgrade. There needs to be some sort of downside to the curve Luma because the curve just makes it better. But that sort of skill cap that you need in order, you know, you must have this much skill in order to use this weapon. That is sort of the balance that comes in with a curve like that. So it'll be really interesting to see what players prefer going forward. I think that most players at this point do prefer the fast fall Hurricane, just hands down. But the Luma might be another debate, especially as we get into 24 and Josie, which I don't think is our next match, but I know that one of them is going to be bringing Curve Hurricane. Curve Hurricane, I hope not.
Speaking of our next match, Captain Fabulous versus Master 17 is where we are headed. And we'll take a quick look at the bracket as it has been updated, slowly advancing on there into the losers round 3. The winner of Fabulous and Master will be going up against Sloweed, and certainly no one being rooted for at this caster's desk. I can assure you, I don't care who wins the next matchup. There's no preference.
I will be actively rooting against Captain Fabulous as per his request.
I will remain neutral and abide by no one's request. But
by no one's request.
My casting powers are my own to be divvied. Captain Fabulous and Master, though, is where we're headed. We do have a lobby ready to go. What are the loadouts looking like? Frostbite from Master, something we've seen them run along with that double Viper. Hammer Lips, Raptor Lips, Wildcat for the bullet spread and the camouflage of that Viper. And, interesting to see the Fall Hurricane, Viper Lips, double Viper from Captain as well. With the Luma, the heavy DPS rotation coming in for sure.
And honestly, all things considered, this is the build that I kind of was expecting Peters to switch to, you know? Switching to that fast fall Hurricane, switching, you know, to the fast Hammernade. I will say the interesting thing for Captain that I haven't seen him run before is that bursting Raptor. That's going to reduce the rate of fire for that weapon significantly, and I personally hate that just because of how I use the Raptor, but playing against Captain Fabulous in Q recently, he does a good job of it, and it sort of gives you a little bit more of an area of an effect to the Raptor shots that you don't usually get with the base version of the weapon. So, especially going into that Raptor Ellipse, you know, usually you'd see the Raptor being run as a defense against the Raptor Ellipse. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Yes, indeed, as we get into round number 1. Captain Fabulous in blue, Master 17 in purple, and good dodge work from Master opening up things here to avoid the spread from Fabulous and do a little bit of damage themselves.
You're seeing the splitting. Ooh, okay, there we go, landing with the Luma. And you can already see a bit of a difference in style of play from Captain Fabulous compared to what we saw from Peters. you can see that he is really not trying to use all of his heavy DPS weapons at once. He's really trying to wait and trying to use them in pairs with some of the lower cooldown weapons as well. Okay, landing another Luma.
There's that Burst Raptor coming in, trying to do some zoning there, and it is pushing Master over into that side. Cap can't connect with any of the big damage, but they are pretty dang even on health right now as we get into the back half of round number 1. Cap dodging some Viper shots, making sure their hands don't get tagged as well, and missing with the Lumas there. They try and go with a bounce shot off the side to sort of redirect Master's eye line while they push something up through the center, but it doesn't quite work out. Master tries the same, and this time does manage to connect a bit on the Cap with that bullet spread and the frostbite.
That quick frostbite coming out from Master 17. There we go. It's what we like to see. It's what we like to see. And Master 17 is going to go ahead and take round 1. Making sure to reprioritize my rooting for Master 17.
Yeah.
I was giving Cap a bit too much credit there in that match. I got to make sure.
A nice round there from Master for sure, as they do a good job of battling back against Cap, and what was a nice opener there. We'll see if Cap can capitalize.
So many red dots going across the screen.
My. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
A Viper Ellipse, a Viper Bounce, a Luma all connecting onto Master. That is going to be roughly 75 plus HP taken out. So big damage connected, big win for Captain Fabulous. That was before 30 seconds was even up. That's the threat of Cap's build. It really does come down to Master being present and aware of everything and dodging it all.
Yeah, and I think definitely, you know, Master can bring it back. It's again just, you know, usually it was 1 or 2 pieces of DPS being thrown out at a time, and Captain did just throw out every single part of his build. The good news is that if he manages to get that past that sort of push, it's going to be a while before Cap can actually pull off that sort of heavy DPS again.
Yep, exactly what I was just about to say too, because these cooldowns are all different on these guns, so they respawn at different times. You don't just get everything coming back at the same time for you to throw it all again at Master. But Master there does a good job of chipping away at Cap, pushes them down to half HP, just avoids a Viper Ellipse there underneath them and tries to apply the pressure with the Frostbite Viper combo there, but misses onto Cap. Here comes again more of a bullet hell attack this time, and that does again more chip damage, big damage if anything to Cap.
There we go. There we go. And Master 17 off of that quick Wildcat push is going to go ahead and take game 1.
And I see the clicking for the rematch from Captain. They want to get back into it. They want to put this build to the test for another round or another game now as we go into game number 2. A pretty quick one coming in there from Master. Definitely the pace a bit different than our first series of the afternoon. And a little bit of damage done on the Master. Oop,
oh, man. Master does manage to take one of those Viper Ellipse bullets, but they were dodging some of those bounce Viper shots without even looking at them. Oh, no, but they do need to look at them. They need to look up specifically at those Hurricanes.
Nice dodge there from Fab under the Frostbite to the right of the Ellipse. You definitely have to be thinking multiple shots ahead to try and make sure you're avoiding these full spreads coming in from these players. As a nice bit of floor work there from Master avoids the Luma coming in from Cap. Cap gets pushed to the front of the zone, and that works out for them. They have the Viper in hand, and they catch Master trying to dodge the floor.
Yeah, and you know, I think I'm starting to notice a bit of a theme here. If Cap is able to secure that early lead with a whole bunch of DPS, they can usually maintain it fairly easily, but if they don't get that right at the beginning of the match and immediately get all those high DPS weapons on cooldown, then it seems like Master is better at dealing the damage slowly over time.
Bit of dodge work there to avoid what was a nice push from Cap. And again, Master really putting on display that good dodge work as they do avoid the Luma on the floor, the Hurricanes coming in up top, and yeah, really nice. That's again what is going to win. Obviously, Master. This is avoiding these big hitters and putting up some of their own as they do chip down on the Captain Fabulous.
Yep. And again, really showing what Bullet Hell can do to some degree. I mean, they're definitely running double Viper on this build. That's definitely the focus. But a lot of that damage is coming, honestly, from the hammer.
Ooh.
Ooh, bit of a trade.
Yep.
Not quite, but kind of.
Just enough to keep Master in the lead, but not for long as Fabulous does connect with a Luma there. And Master now on the back foot, but so close, a game of inches as we go into the 45-second mark of round number 2 in game number 2. This is obviously for Cap to take this game and push this thing tied up 1 apiece. I wonder if we would just keep battling it out with these loadouts then if that was the case, but I guess we're not there yet. Almost, though, as that Luma chips Master down even further.
Yep. Oh, no! Captain steps out of bounds, and now he's in the red. But he still has the lead.
Yeah, it's just very slight. It's a bullet
Very
or two
slim.
away.
As someone rooting for Master 17, I think he can get it back.
Well, we'll have to see. 10 seconds on the clock. Big damage doesn't connect. Hurricane hits the hand of Master as they get up from their crouched position. It flails out and tags a Hurricane shot from the back, and that's a game into the hands of Cap. Do we stay here with these loadouts? We do for game number 3.
They're eye to eye, and neither one of them are willing to blink.
Seen some good conversations in chat about loadouts and merits, and yeah, there's plenty to be debated here in terms of what could or would work out, but obviously Cap able to make this thing work against Master despite the pressure that Master is applying here with that bullet spread, with the double Viper, with the Wildcat and the Frostbite, everything coming at him. Cap takes a little bit of damage, but nice dodge work nonetheless.
Yeah, that Raptor Ellipse is doing some work.
Oh,
Catches the hand with the bounce.
Got to be present of all of those extremities. Oh, and another big connection, and Fab doing great to connect here, although the Master does do a nice job there, connecting with, I think, what was a Wildcat. But yeah, that'll be the round. Master hanging on by a thread. And Cap looking to take this game 3, push their lead up 2-1.
Yeah. Again, it seems like when they can get that quick damage early, they can maintain that while Master has to kind of wait for the timer a little bit, wait for their bigger weapons to not only come off cooldown, but also, you know, actually physically take the time to reach Captain's side of the podium. Which, I mean, with the Viper shots, how quick they are, they're pretty much immediately effective.
Oh,
and
wow.
speaking of immediately effective, taking, I believe, 2 Hurricanes to the noggin.
Both connecting with their big damage dealers there, and ultimately Fabulous able to do a little bit extra onto Master to have themselves in a nice lead going into the 1.5-minute mark. But yeah, out the gate, both of these players looking for an early advantage and can't really quite net it. So I think we could be going into a late timed round here at this pace.
Yep. And I think Captain started to learn too about those clamps and how to get around them. The interesting thing is that Captain is doing a good job about sending off his high damage dealing weapons, especially with the double Viper in 2 different directions. But this is going to be a case where he really doesn't have anything to back up those bounce Vipers with. And Master's going to get a good turn.
Big Frostbite there connects on to Fab amongst a few other things, and Master, I think, has the lead here going into the back 30 seconds. There's going to be the lead with a little bit of extra damage. The ellipses don't connect, and the Luma does. The Luma does connect onto Master, puts Captain back into the lead, back into the position where they could take game 3 and get their lead up. Oh, that was close. Bounce
They come
Viper.
down
Oh,
so
my
fast, too.
So many near misses here onto Master that Cap could have been securing this round in, but Master is hanging on. They're just a small fraction of damage away from getting right back into this, but they are not going to connect with their big dealer. Oh my goodness, that bounce
in the last
Viper
second!
was
Oh,
about.
the bursting Raptor! The 8 damage! Oh my gosh. And Master just let their guard down for just a second at the end of that round. And that made all the difference. Okay, we're going to go into a weapon swap. Wow. I really thought they were going to take it.
Yeah, it was. To my point, there was a bounce Viper about to hit Captain in the back too as the time ticked down. So, really down to the wire for sure. Yeah. That could have been another round into the hands of Master. But Cap has a 2-1 game lead now, and Like we said, we go into a loadout swap here where one of these players, or both, will adjust their loadouts in anticipation or prediction of what their opponent is going to do. Do you think we see anything changed from Captain, or is they're just going to stick with what's been working?
I think Cap's just going to stay the same. I don't think the Captain's going to change off this build. He's also been running this basically the same build all season. I think if anything, he might swap off that bursting Raptor, but that was also winning him games. So even then, I don't think it's likely for us to see any swaps from Cap. I think from Master, I think bringing a shield might be good. You know, he's doing a good job with drop blocking what he can, but when there's just so much going on from so many different directions, it can be really, really hard. Also, just bringing a Raptor to get around that fast fall Hurricane and shoot those pellets out of the sky. That could also be really, really useful. I think another thing we could see is, honestly, as much as the Bounce Viper was doing work from, I think that we could see the swap to the Luma, because we've seen a lot of people, especially today, running the Viper Ellipse with the Luma and kind of just leaving the normal Viper off to the side. And then also we've seen Master really be running that Vandal quite a bit. But Cap isn't too focused on bringing out the nades. It's really just that fastfall Hurricane. So he might bring the Vandal just for that fastfall Hurricane, but you know, it's a 4 to 4 second trade there. I don't know if it's necessarily going to net him any more than, you know, a 3-second shield, but he likes the weapon, so who knows?
Take a look at what we got here. The Vandal coming in for Master.
Here we go. Here we go. He does like the Vandal. Oh, also something else to mention. I did say, you know, hey, you know, accessories, invest if you can, because that base, you know, elastic strap is very hard to use. Master 17 actually still using that elastic strap, and he let me know that in chat. So I guess not everybody.
They're rolling the dice on chucking that controller across the room or into a TV, but hey, it's comfort right now is the key. You definitely want to be in a space that you're most comfortable in, and I think if I remember correctly, Master was the one that ended up with that ankle sprain.
Yep.
And played through it. Certainly doing well here to give Captain a hard time. But I'm curious to see if they can put up a game 4 and push us into that game 5. We've only had one so far today. Otherwise, it's been a pretty quick series. We'll have to see what Cap can do, as they are having a little bit of a discussion, so it seems, before we get into the action. But I have given the players the ready, and so we should be diving into it shortly.
Oh my gosh, Josie, you also using the base strap. Okay, all right. Well, I guess I rescind my previous statement. I guess a lot of people are still using that elastic strap. Listen, I went ahead, I spent the big money on the whole, you know, battery and strap combo, and as much as I love it, it does still put strain on my neck. So, hey, listen, if you're out here, you're playing VR games every single day, just listen, take care of yourself, all right? Quality of life.
Little high five, a little thumbs up between the players, ready to go and dive into the action. Round 1 of game 4 kicking off here. Cap just a game away from taking the series, and Master trying to hold on and avoid elimination. Get into that prize pool, get into that cash money, and Viper exchanges coming in from both players.
And those bounces are still threatening. Even with that Vandal being able to take out some, Master isn't able to take out all of them. Okay. Ooh, there we go. Actually, really effective at taking out that fast fall hammer. And all things considered, he doesn't need to take out all the bullets. He only needs to take out some, and then the rest of it can be left for drop blocking. Kind of using your weapons as shields. Don't need a shield if you're doing that.
Hurricane coming in there, doesn't connect onto Master, but a little bit of side damage does, and Cap still getting chipped away here. Master in a nice little bit of a lead, denying those Hurricanes with the Vandal. Very nice.
Wow! Did he just Vandal shot a Viper? Oh my gosh. Okay, all right.
Oh, they didn't
Gets hit in the
dodge that
shoulder.
one. Yeah, nice connection there. Puts Cap back into things and then right back out of it is a big connection there from Master 17. They have a nice solid lead as Fab gets chipped down again. This could be a round 1 opener for Master, but big damage can be dealt by both sides very quickly, and so Fab isn't quite out of this yet, but there's a great Vandal denial there.
That's the risk with using the Vandal straightforward too, is that it's essentially blocking Master's vision. Oh, but they do manage to seal out the rest of this round in the last 15 seconds.
Looks like a Viper Ellipse swung up underneath there to tag Cap and end up securing round 1 in game 4 for Master. Now a round away and a good opener to start things off from pushing this into a game 5, but I imagine Cap does not want to go there, and so we'll have to see if this Vandal continues to pay dividends for Master, because so far they're using it very well.
Yeah, they are using it really, really, really well. There we go. I think that was the bounce.
Yep.
Landing on Cap there as well. Curve's gonna go ahead and tag Master. Yeah, that Vandal, I mean, again, you know, I think my misconception with it is that he needed to use it on all the Hurricanes, when the realistic answer is that he only needs to use it on the ones that are in his path where he needs to dodge to. So it does end up getting tagged there, and it is slowing down his build a little. It actually looks like it might not be, okay, there we go. It spawns in the back.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, he's using it on the Viper shots too. That's insane.
I mean, I presume the orb is what, you know, it's not, you're throwing a large orb out at the, you know, it's not like you're hitting a Viper shot with a Viper shot, so to speak.
Yeah,
so,
true.
There is some surface area for them to connect with, but to the point, it is still very quick use of it, and you have to be able to hit that trajectory of the Viper shot. Very impressive. Master doing, again, a great job of using that Vandal, but Fab does do some good damage. Ooh, ends up getting hit by a bounce Viper themselves. Can't connect with the Luma. The Wildcat comes in, 30 seconds left. Any little bit of damage is going to separate the winner here.
And I think that Master, okay, no, the okay.
Wow, just dodging those Hurricanes, skimming over Master's shoulder. Master has the lead here. Fab still alive. Needs to connect with some big damage, though, and take this round. Otherwise, we're headed to a game number 5.
Wow. Wow. Incredible.
From a loadout swap.
It's wild that a weapon that does 0 damage was able to change the tide so much for Master 17. Sorry, guys. I'm still in shock just a little bit.
And, you know, to the point, Cap has practiced this build. They understand this build. They're most comfortable here. At a point where they could be eliminated, they don't want to go into something that may be throwing them off or throw off their rhythm. And right now, they're trying to pursue this win here all the way into Game 5 without that loadout swap. And so we'll see if the Vandal is going to keep paying dividends for Master, if they can keep utilizing it well, or maybe Fab will be able to find ways around it, find ways through it. So far, they are having a tough time really connecting big onto Master.
Yeah. Master just seeming to sidestep everything that Cap's throwing at him. Not what Cap wants to see, I can tell you that much.
Oh. Doing a great job of
drop blocks too coming out from Master. You can even see him reserving some of his spent weapons just to go ahead and drop block, and Captain's gonna go ahead and take 2 of those Raptor Ellipse bullets.
Big connections for Master here. Big damage coming in and great use of the Vandal to shut down the aggression. There's the Hurricane up top. And you can see Cap's trying to utilize the moments that Master's looking up to shoot them straight on, but even then Master, you know, doing a great job of being aware of that presence and still kind of sidestepping that threat. And I mean, really doing a great job here of avoiding damage, but it only takes 1 or 2 to put Cap back in it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially in the last 30 seconds here, you know, Master's build is going to take a little bit longer than Cap's to get online. So if Cap's able to get a bit of a lead here, he might be able to take the rest of the round. But I think otherwise, if Master keeps it up, he might be able to finish it out.
Big connections there from the, what was that, the Raptor Ellipse that ended up chipping Captain down big. And again, Captain cannot connect with the big damage they need. Round 1 goes into Master's hand. Cap is on the back foot here. The pressure is on. The series on the line into the losers bracket, into the elimination stage of things, and Master is performing well. They are certainly doing a nice job of battling against Cap here, and so far they're mounting what is a nice comeback, although Cap opens up with a nice lead.
Yeah, that was a great opening from Cap, honestly. Basically forcing him to step into that fast fall hurricane, dealing quite a bit of damage. And I mean, this is where we sat in the last match for quite a while. So Master's gonna have to work hard to get it back. Oh, but they do. Sending that nade back to sender. And things are looking a lot more even now. Oh, no!
All it takes is
Curse
one.
to curse!
Yeah, Cap puts up some nice damage there, connects with their big dealers, and right back into this, right back into the lead. The hammer nade there on the side does a good job of zoning. The Viper bounce shot connects on the Cap. That's going to put Master right back into this. Huge damage dealers. The potential for them really does provide a interesting dynamic to this matchup, and no one is safe at any time, basically.
Yeah, and the other thing that's interesting too is that Master, you'd think that he'd be saving that Vandal for the nade, considering it's by far the most high value thing that he could get rid of with one shot. And instead, what we're seeing him do is essentially not use it based off the efficiency of cooldown, but use it at the time that it's going to make Captain's build the most inconvenient, which usually means saving it for the Viper shot.
30 seconds left. Cap needs to connect big here. They're going to be knocked out of the tournament, and they do connect big. Illuma manages to land. They have to dodge the spread. The Wildcat gets avoided. 15 seconds, and they have the lead. How do they want to play this round? Risky and try to dodge, or
that
try?
That ellipse is there. Okay, in the last 10 seconds.
Nice drop shot. Great use of the nade to drop and avoid those Raptors. Cap does take a bit of chip damage from the side. They dodge what they need to. We are going to a round 3 in Game 5.
Man, the second set today, going to the third round of the 5th game. Oh my God.
Ooh, the pressure doesn't get any higher than this for these players right now, as their season on the line for both of them. Which one can play better with that pressure, you know, eating at them at the back of their mind? And, well, both of them playing good here to kick things off. First 20 seconds, no damage dealt.
Yeah. And they both know that every point here is going to be potentially the thing that makes or breaks them. And Captain goes ahead and lands that Viper ellipse shot.
Ooh, does get tipped away by that, hurt by those hammer ellipses, though. 4 damage apiece, and a couple of them connect. The same as if those hurricanes were landing onto the shoulders of them. And so, nice damage there from Master to get back into this series a little bit. Still not enough, as Cap does have the lead, and they just connect there with big damage.
Yep. And again, we're seeing these situations where the
the Viper ellipse lands on the Cap, and another Viper shot connects. Cap is down to their very last slice of health. They can't afford to get hit by the bullet hell that's going to be available for Master soon enough. They have to dodge everything, and they can't. Master celebrates with a fist bump, and good sportsmanship from Fabulous. They will be out of this tournament, and Master is moving on.
Wow. So the Vandal, huh? The Vandal is what allows Master to get into top 8. And I honestly, I do firmly believe that if he didn't make the swap to that Vandal, I don't think he would have done nearly as well in that set. So great job to Master 17 there. I mean, a bit of an upset just checking chat. And, you know, he is going to be moving forward into that top 8. Wow.
I think we may try and cut to a brief break here. Maybe we can pull Captain into the desk. I don't know how much time they need to recover their breath, because they did just play a very long series. So either way, we are going to take a brief intermission here on the desk. We'll try and sort out any cam issues. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But either way, when we come back, the back half of day number 3. 4 games left, 2 more losers bracket rounds, and then we go into the winners bracket. So do stick around. Or no, 6 games left, excuse. No.
Yeah.
How many? Yeah, 6 games left. No, 5 games left. We just finished our thing. I don't know. But either way,
we got games. We keep having games.
We got more games coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this brief break.
Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You gotta see it in my arms. And I realize something went wrong. Sober up and the feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You gotta see it in my arms. And I realize something went wrong.
welcome back, everybody. We are here with the Captain Fabulous at the side, back on the desk. Cap, you're covered in sweat. You had a fantastic series against Master. I mean, how are you feeling after a pretty tough competitive battle?
Yeah, I mean, I think I played well. It's double Viper duels. In the last round, I caught 2 Vipers. But it happens. Genuinely, I just enjoy those matches quite a lot. And although I didn't get top 8, which was my target this competition, at least I don't get put out of the tournament by Sloweed now, which is...
That's a better alternative, I suppose. But our next matchup that we are going to get ready to dive into is going to be... Oops, sorry, wrong. Monty versus Turbo. Go ahead and change those names up top there for you as they are getting ready to hop in. And, I mean, what are you seeing on loadouts here, Cap, that stands out to you?
So, Monty Ban is going full bullet hell, which I am a big fan of. Monty Ban is an amazing bullet player. And I think that this really shows that he's not coming in, he's not trying any funky loadouts like he did against Kraun at the start. He's here to win it because he's played Turbo a lot in the past and it's always been close matches. And these are really 2 giants seen. From Turbo's side, I am interested to see him do work on the Luma. This is something I don't see him using too much, I don't think. And he would normally expect him to bring a hammery, but we don't see that here. But Turbo is a super versatile player. He tries lots of different loadouts for, and he's. I think I was talking to him long ago, and he said, "I've got about 5 different brains I can do it." Let's see how he plays it.
We will see how they play it as we get ready to dive into the action for our next matchup here. Yep, here it is.
I'm honestly, I'm really looking at that base Raptor from Monty because, you know, with the fast hammer nade as well, that's going to be pivotal as part of this bullet hell. Starting off with a little bit of a chip from Turbo there, not too much. Oof, and honestly, it seems like Turbo had an easier time trying to drop block their way out of that than Monty did.
Yeah, nice opening there from Turbo to kick things off, and definitely has a touch of a lead, but there's the floor work that we like to see at this level. Turbo doing a good job of dodging there on the bottom and really avoiding what was a nice spread. We're very much into that bullet hell gameplay here, although there is the Viper Ellipse and the Luma. It is still focused around putting on a good spread, and Monty does just that with their loadout.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, something interesting. Turbo has both the Luma and the Viper Ellipse, both of which can do damage very, very, very quickly. Monty really doesn't have that option. He also, outside of the Aegis Shield, doesn't really have any solid anti-bullet hell tactics. So, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see how much, if Turbo is able to get, you know, the 1 or 2 Viper Ellipse shots or the 1 or 2 Luma shots that he needs. It's going to be interesting to see how quickly Monty is able to get it back, if at all.
Yeah, and such a close battle to kick things off here between these two. It's, I guess, exactly what we should expect between the winners bracket in particular, because that's where we've gone. We've jumped out of that losers bracket up into the winners bracket, and we're walking at two players that have not lost yet in this tournament, undefeated all the way through, duking it out, putting each other to the test, and Turbo takes just a touch of a lead, but doesn't last. 5 seconds left to go, and it doesn't look like Monty's going to have a lot to throw at Turbo, but it's enough.
No!
Wins
Oh,
Turbo. Wow, what a... I mean, barely, too. Look at the health bars there. Turbo maybe with a 5 HP difference there. Very close fight here to kick things off, and a good opener for Turbo.
Yeah, and again, I think that's going to be the thing that really decides this match is just the speed at which these two players can actually mobilize their builds and do damage. Oh, wow, okay, great bullet hell.
Huge.
Setup taking about half of Turbo's health. So I think about 40 points, it looks like.
Really nice job. Good understanding of how to put out that full spread. Here comes the hammer combo with the hammer and hammer nade. The follow-up there up through the center with the Raptor and Raptor Ellipse, but those don't connect, and Turbo weathers that storm. They'll be now trying to push forward here and get the Lumas to connect. No, the good dodge there on the floor from Monty.
Wow. That was a great shield there, too. Oh. Ooh, the floor work. Sliding across those hardwood floors.
A little bit of chip damage there from Turbo and a little bit on to Turbo. Monty now likely back into the lead. Luma connects. That's going to be Turbo with a big advantage now as Monty has to try and chip back. They have everything they need. The hammer nade, the double Raptor comes in. The hammer is just a little bit too late, not necessarily there with everything else, but the Wildcat is, and there's some great shot blocking from Turbo.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the last 30 seconds here, I think that maybe Monty could go ahead and, you know, get another solid combo out, but A, they're not gonna want to use all these things piecemeal like it seems to be. And B, you know, one Luma shot here could do it for Turbo.
Yeah, Turbo.
Ooh!
Oh, connecting.
Okay, I guess not quite one Luma shot.
Almost
But
one
13
there.
seconds. I don't think so.
Wow, down to the wire. Turbo
Wow.
is going to take it just by the skin of their teeth, but they do, and we go into a quick loadout swap. I don't think anyone's surprised at this level, Cap.
Yeah, no. I think this is going to be a loadout swap initiated from Monty, and it's quite hard for me to judge where he's going to go, but I think just gut instinct, he's going to pull out a Viper Ellipse because that's something he's worked on a lot. And when your opponent's got a Viper Ellipse and he's hitting you with the Viper Ellipse, doing a bit of damage, it's really, you just feel a lot more comfortable if you've got one too. Because when it's just one person with that Viper E, that's a lot of pressure they're able to put on the opponent just by having it in their hands. So they don't actually need to be doing anything else with it. You could say the same about the Luma, but I don't see Monty going down that route. I don't think he's just got the same level of experience with that weapon. So yeah, that's my prediction. I think Turbo's probably going to keep it as is. But Turbo really can pick up anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back with an HP Nova. Or like throws in a Frostbite. But we'll see.
We haven't seen any Novas come in yet today, which I think is kind of interesting. Is there any purpose behind that, Oolong? Is it just people want to go the double Viper? What, do you think there's any reason behind it?
Well, honestly, I think it's because even in a best case scenario, even against this bullet hell, you know, it's not always going to do it's not going to do the best against players who know exactly how to get around. And by that I mean, you know, Monty knows that he can take that out with the Raptor Ellipse, and maybe if things get really desperate with that Raptor Ellipse combo. And I think that, you know, for what you end up getting, I think that players would rather take a shield, which is much more versatile and can, you know, usually take out nades, rather than rely on the Nova as their zoning tool as well. I think that Turbo would be likely to pull out a Cortex shield here for sure. He's been running the Cortex shield a lot, especially against bullet hell. And I think that he'd much rather take that 5-second weapon over the investment of a 7-second Nova, even though the Nova could absorb more damage.
Are you in agreement, Cap, with the Nova theories here? Are we going to see it? No, I don't think it does come in our loadout swaps here.
The thing is, Monty doesn't really use Novas, and Turbo would be picking Nova into bullet hell. But Monty has picked up that Viper Ellipse.
Yep. We were both right. He picked up that Viper Ellipse, and Turbo went ahead and picked up that Cortex shield.
Yeah, it's a good pick against bullet hell. It does mean that when you've got that big combo coming in, you just got to get out of jail free. I'm gonna pick up the shield, and I'm not gonna lose half my health all at once.
Right, and that's really what we saw last game too. Is, you know, Monty was really able to still, you know, get that consistent bullet hell damage in, but then Turbo could come in with, you know, a Viper Ellipse shot and a Luma shot, and then it's back on Monty to go ahead and, you know, put the pressure on.
About to dive into the action here for game number 2. We've swapped sides. Turbo in blue, Monty in purple, red, orange whatever color you want to direct it as.
Purple.
But
Purple and blue. It's like a hot pink.
yeah, I think we have a screen that says orange winner, so that's why I reference it as orange as well, because we have that color scheme. But regardless, Turbo on the left, Monty on the right, and we are back into it. Turbo with that 1-game lead, and they're going to kick things off with an opener first on to Monty.
Whoa.
Monty is just going to sit there and weather the entire thing.
Yeah, that was great. Great show of drop blocking there. Oh, okay, and that Viper Ellipse immediately paying dividends. Turbo manages to shield most of the clamp, but doesn't manage to shield the Viper.
I mean, that Cortex shield is so big, it almost feels like you can kind of sneak a Viper behind it if timed just right, where as soon as it dissipates, there's a shot coming in that the player didn't see either way. They denied a good bullet hell, but then ended up taking big chunks, and we'll see if they can utilize it more efficiently throughout the rest of this series, as they do a nice job of shutting down the Ellipse there from the Raptor, and now going to step up forward, trying to get some attacks on their own, try and get some Viper Ellipse shots to connect onto Monty and get them back into this.
Yeah, and exactly that with the Cortex shield. Honestly, the Cortex shield's so big that sometimes it absorbs things that you don't intend to shield. And it also blocks vision, obviously. So what he really wants to do is he wants to block all the bullet hell he can with that Cortex shield, and then drop block the remaining Viper bullet. But, you know, it's kind of hard to drop block something you can't see.
Good shield there. The Viper not quite followed up quickly enough, and little by little, Turbo is pushing back into this. In fact, they may have the lead on health as we stand. It looks like Turbo might be down maybe a couple of points, but who knows? It's so close right now as we go into the final 20 seconds. At this point, start throwing weapons at each other, because every bit of damage is going to matter.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, okay.
big shield damage.
Luma coming out. Turbo's really trying to solidify the lead, but the Raptor Ellipse could come in.
Final moments, last second, who takes it out on top? It's gonna be
it is
Monty.
Monty!
Just barely, but they take round 1. Maybe they can take 2 in a row and bounce back, tie this series up 1 apiece.
Right. And just goes to show, I mean, given he played that round exactly correct with the Viper Ellipse, but again, just even having that threat on the board is now essentially allowing his other weapons to hit a bit more easily, because the whole pressure of DPS isn't just on that hammer Ellipse.
Ooh, I think that nade ended up doing a little bit of damage onto the shoulder of Monty, and Turbo does have the lead going into the first 30 seconds, the openers, and now both players waiting for their full reset.
Yeah. And interesting, Monty didn't reach for the hammer Ellipse, but it still managed to pop Turbo's shield with just the nade, and it's off cooldown, but Turbo's gonna go ahead and land one of those Viper Ellipse shots. Their shield is gonna be back to block the next Viper Ellipse that comes through.
Alongside a bunch of that bullet hell that could have potentially chipped away at Turbo to put Monty a little bit closer into this thing, but with Illuma there connecting Monty even further from Turbo now in health, but a lot of time left, a full minute, and Monty does have some health to work with too, and so they very well could be chipping away at Turbo, but really good dodge work from Turbo and good awareness of that press coming in from Monty.
Yeah, and this just goes to show the expertise that Turbo doesn't even really have to look at where the projectiles are. He can just go off of, audio cues and stuff like that, figure out what he needs to do, where he needs to dodge.
Nade comes in. There's the Viper blended in with that hammer nade spread to try and zone and connect onto Monty. Monty dodges it, and Turbo does get hit with a couple of Raptor shots, puts them a little bit closer into this thing. That nade is nicely shut down. The shield comes through. The Luma's pushing Monty, and Monty does a good job with the Wildcat, but it is not enough. Turbo's going to take this round. We're going into round 3 for game 2.
I really thought that Wildcat was going to go ahead and take that round for Monty, but good dodging from Turbo. Again, it is so hard when you're in the thick of it. He almost makes it look easy to figure out where all those bullets are going in bullet hell, but it is not as easy as he's making it look.
No, and I think one good, we'll see it between the games with there's a loadout swap is to just look at Captain Fabulous. You can see they're covered in sweat after their game, and it's an indicator that these players are out here working out hard for these series. I mean, if you go to a game 5 in particular, like Cap did, that's a stamina workout. That's 30 minutes of constantly crouching, squatting, moving, ducking. It is a lot of effort to go in there too, and so. A lot to be factored in when you do watch these games and you do see these very aggressive movements from these players. That's all physical movement that's really happening in their space, and it's a great physical
squats,
game.
Having to go and not only squat down but also then slide around on the ground. It is not easy, folks. Wow, and Turbo actually at half health hasn't really managed to land many of their big ticket items, and meanwhile Monty has just been consistently landing that bullet hell. So I mean, this is definitely one of the rounds where it's paying off.
Turbo tried to string together a combo there with the Luma, couldn't quite land it onto Monty. Monty doing a good job with the Aegis shield to block some of those shots, but they do take a chunk there. That puts Turbo a little bit closer to getting back into this. 30 seconds though. They need a big connection from one of their big hitters.
Man, shields got popped for both of these two.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
A big damage there from Monty. Turbo maybe finding themselves in an insurmountable situation here. They won't be able to come back from this without any of their big hitters, but they do have the ellipse. Can they make that connect? Can they get themselves into this one? A nice Aegis shield denial and a final dodge from Monty. Nets Monty game number 2. We're all tied up, and I wonder if we're headed for a rematch. We are. Cap, I mean,
that was quick too. Both of those players clicked that button immediately.
Cap, give me your thoughts while we get into the first bit of this round, game 3.
Well, I think the Viper Ellipse has definitely helped Monty. It's kind of equaled up the pressure a little bit. But the thing is, Monty's just very good at getting an early lead, and then he's an incredibly good dodger, which is something which people don't really talk about because they just say he's great at clamping. And there he's kind of opened up. That's a very nice Viper Ellipse shot, and he's not going to go for the win necessarily. He's just going to make sure he's putting on the pressure and staying at the back, getting damaged. Also, in regards to this being a physical game, you'd be amazed at how much weight I've lost over the last 3 months playing this. It's a really good ace.
Yeah, we'll certainly talk more about the physicality of this game, and especially as we get deeper into this series, we're gonna be going into the players' second games of the afternoon. So it'll definitely be a conversation point we'll revisit. But yeah, Monty definitely bouncing back. Game 1 quickly to Turbo, and now Monty trying to weather that storm, trying to reset a little bit, get the pace back into their favor. They've certainly got that going with Game 1. The question is now as they go into game 3, can they keep that momentum going? Can they sort of continue to pressure Turbo and get this advantage that they need? Right now, they do have it. They do have a slight advantage in HP, but, again, just a shot away from Turbo being right back into this.
Yeah, and these two are doing so great at just blocking, really just going back and forth, sending out basically, I mean, same things functionally. The nade going out, the high damage dealing items coming out right afterwards, and shielding what they can and drop blocking what they can't. And it is, it's a little bit too close to tell. I believe that Monty has it right now, but that could change at any second, especially with this Luma on the field.
Monty's doing a good job of sitting at the back of their space now, really forcing Turbo up to the front so that they can then put on that bullet spread and connect. Turbo may have taken after those final shots connect. Yep, they may have had the lead there, but Monty solidifies it with a few bullets from the side, and they take round number 1 in game 3 on track to take the lead here if they can keep this momentum going.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's honestly exactly what it is. I think they got the momentum, especially considering at the very beginning of that round, the Viper Ellipses got traded on both sides. But, at the end of the day, Monty's build is very, very consistent. And although Turbo most of the time like that can get out of it with no damage, there are some times where, that shield just pops a little bit too soon and he really has no answer to it.
One thing I really seen from Monty, too, is they're just really tucked into the back of their play space, avoiding these ellipses very seemingly easily. You know, the ellipse, the Viper ellipse, not necessarily a tool that seems to be working well for Turbo, but Monty able to put it in application, and there's big connections from both. Evens the odds here. We're into a minute. I don't know who has the lead.
I believe it's Monty, but I certainly could be wrong.
Oh, now it is after that nice connection.
Now it
there.
definitely is. Oh man, that's some impressive drop blocking too. My goodness.
Oh, a big ellipse, and Turbo wagging the finger at that one, recognizing a nice shot when it happens, and almost connecting with an ellipse of their own. But Monty, again, putting on a good dodging showcase. As Captain said, Monty's very good at maneuvering around these bullets. It's why they've been winning. It's why they're in the winner's bracket right now, and it's why they've taken a 2-1 game lead. Do we go right back into it? No, we don't. There's a brief respite. Captain can give us their professional analysis on what they've seen here this afternoon. I mean, a pretty good series and a nice comeback from Monty.
Yeah, Monty is the thing about Monty is he's still quite new in terms of at least competitive Blaston standards. I think he's only really competed in VRLI, the Italian league, which was open to non-Italians, so we're big fans. We all jumped in that as soon as we could.
We're all Italian in our heart.
We're all Italian in our hearts. But he's also very young. He's about, I think he's half Turbo's age. I think he's 16 and Turbo's around 33. So in terms of perseverance, in terms of stamina, Monty probably has an easier time going all of the way. I don't believe Monty's going to change anything, so I think this is going to be on Turbo to try and come up with a way of countering bullet hell. So if I were Turbo, was he running Hurricane?
He wasn't.
No.
No.
match? And they didn't.
He wasn't. So
I felt that Hurricane would have been nice to push them to the front of the zone. You know, they had nothing to force Monty out of the back. That's what it seemed to me.
Well, that's exactly the purpose that Hurricane 1 that serves in double Viper builds, which we're seeing a lot, because that's a way of basically saying the way you counter double Vipers, you stay at the back of the podium, because it basically increases the length, almost doubles the amount of distance the bullet has to travel in order to hit you. So that means you've got double the amount of time to dodge it, making it a lot easier. So the way, so to get around that, Hurricane 1 is a really nice addition because it basically says you can stay at the back of your podium, but you're going to take 14 damage every time it hits. It doesn't have to be Hurricane 1, could be Hurricane 2, 3, or no attachment, but yeah, Hurricane 1's better for it, to be honest. So either one of those would be a great addition, and that's why I foresee Turbo picking.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the code, which I think is interesting. Definitely an indicator that we're getting some sort of mind games and loadout swap going on. Ooh, I'm gonna cut you off there, though. What do you think?
No, you're good. You're good. So something you've been saying, and especially during the last stream, Cap, is this idea that there's been a shift to the higher DPS weapons, but at the end of the day, bullet hell's not dead, and obviously Monty is going through and showing that today, continuously hitting those very, very consistent shots. So do you think that as we get further, especially into the winner's bracket, do you think that we're going to be seeing more bullet hell compared to, the double Viper hyper aggression builds that we've seen a lot of in the loser's bracket?
I do. And the reasoning behind that is because this is what happens every time we have a new update. Everyone goes, oh, there's been a shift in meta. The old bullet hell is dead. We've got this new hyper aggressive loadout normally. And then it takes few weeks and everyone goes, oh no, it's still the best loadout. It's because it's consistent damage. So it just takes a while for people to get used to the new style they're not used to. And then the top players naturally start to revert back to bullet hell. I'm very interested to see what JJ versus 24 play. I don't think JJ is going to run bullet hell, but we will see. I assume 24 will. But
yeah,
let's stay on this game for the time being.
That is one of the games coming up, but yes, on to this match as we dive into game number 4. Monty looking to secure this series, push Turbo down into the loser's bracket. It's not done for either one of these players if they do lose here, but it does mean a bit of a longer day ahead of them as they're going to have multiple games. A good start for Monty for sure as Turbo gets chipped down and Monty has a nice comfortable lead. The hammer up top does big damage and an ellipse connects.
Oh my goodness, and that was so clean from Monty right up until getting the hit with that Viper ellipse. I think it's very interesting seeing what Turbo brought, essentially trying to fight Bullet Hell with Bullet Hell. And I mean, they keep the Viper Ellipse on, but they've completely gotten rid of that Luma, and that Luma was doing work for him in the first couple games.
Interesting to see dropping a piece that has been working for you. Maybe, you know, again, just in hopes that trying something else will be what you need to switch things up and throw off your opponent, because obviously Monty has figured out a way to avoid that Luma pretty successfully as they do step forward into their play space there. The Charge Hammer comes in, doesn't quite connect onto Monty, and Viper Ellipses there. Ooh, a nice double weapon throw to get at least 2 damage, but not a lot at the end of the day.
Wow, okay, and Turbo taking a little bit more damage, getting pushed further down into the red, but they aren't out of it yet. They managed to push Monty down some as well, and I don't know, I think we might potentially see a comeback here. Oh man, I thought too soon.
Too soon indeed. The Viper Ellipse comes flying over the shoulder and connects on to Turbo. Big hits for Monty as Turbo now looks at a potential, well, not elimination, but a knockdown into the loser's bracket here if they can't secure 2 rounds in a row. Definitely a tall order, but doable, as we've seen happen before, and certainly a nice start, at least, as they connect big there.
Very nice start from Turbo there. The pressure's on. They got to perform. It's now or never.
Yep.
Although, these clouds of bullets that are coming out from Monty, although they aren't doing too much damage, my goodness, they are consistent. All right, comes the setup again.
Throwing out hammers.
He's got to do it
there.
in the middle of Bullet Hell, though. Oh,
Wow,
both
big
of those
dodge.
Viper Ellipse shot almost land.
Yeah, and a little drop block there just to be safe. The Aegis Shield scoops up a shot there, and here comes the setup, trying to distract with the hammer nade and then hit with an ellipse, but they have to dodge instead, and they end up not able to shoot in the thick of it. And Monty putting on some good dodging there, stays alive. We go into the back half of round number 2 in game 4.
Yeah, it was interesting. He probably could have grabbed the nade there, doesn't even want to risk it. Just went ahead and shielded it instead. Those Raptor ellipses are really what's doing most of the damage for Monty outside of that when that Viper ellipse linked.
Yeah, big connection, good floor work. Wildcat does tag a little bit more onto Turbo, and every little bit of damage matters at this stage. A nice 6er there from the nade, a little bit back for Turbo as they try and extend this thing a little bit farther forward, a little bit more comfortable. With 15 seconds left, though, there's really not a whole lot of comfort. The Viper could come in and end things for Turbo just like that. It's all a matter of if Monty can connect.
I'm pretty sure that Turbo still has a pretty decently. Okay, definitely with that one. In the last 5 seconds here, it does look like Turbo's gonna take it.
Yep.
He does.
We're headed
He
to
hangs
round
on
3.
for just a little bit longer.
Game 4 certainly delivering. All of these series really today have been incredibly exciting, and let's see who comes out on top. Does Turbo survive another day? Do we head to another game 5, or is Monty going to be able to lock this one up right here? It all comes down to this round.
Nice setup.
Yeah, it is a nice setup, a great setup, and good dodging from Turbo until that connects.
Oh man, that's heartbreaking right there. Turbo manages to get a bit of damage himself, but he's really got to work it back now.
More chip damage from Monty. Turbo at a big disadvantage here going in, and they're really going to have to throw off their opponent. A nice hammer nade to the back that distracts the opponent from the onslaught from the front, and Turbo does get some damage done onto Monty. We've seen Turbo connect with the ellipsis today, and they certainly could onto Monty, but Monty there does some big damage. Turbo not necessarily out yet. Yeah, still though, but one Viper away from getting done here.
Yeah, the mentality is gone. The psychological damage is irreparable. Oh, okay, there we go. Never mind. I spoke way too soon.
It was
repaired. No, I spoke just soon enough. Wow. Great game.
Yeah.
Great game. Especially considering that Turbo, another one of these players that's been around since essentially the beginning of the game, and Monty, by comparison, is fairly a newcomer. So the fact that they're heading forward into the winner's bracket is definitely the upset. Wow.
Well, yes. I just want to make a note on Turbo's last 10 seconds during that game when it looked like he was kind of mentally gone. Now, I don't know whether this is true or not, but whenever I'm in a situation where I'm about to go out and my opponent's looking at me, I will deliberately sometimes just be like, pretend like I've given up so you can catch him with a quick Viper Ellipse. It's not the most honorable way of playing, but you're trying to stay in the tournament, so be like, oh no, I've given up, bang. So maybe that's what Turbo was trying to do. I don't know. I don't know Turbo's choices there, but I wouldn't put it past him. I'd definitely try that.
There's certainly mind games like that go across all of the VRML leagues, and onward you can make fake call outs that, say you're capping and you're not, and try and move your team. It's the same sort of thing faked out on. That's the beauty of Blaston 2. Oddly enough, there's no arms, but the hands and the body captures a lot. It captures a lot of emotion. You see the slouches, the excitement, the fist bumps. You can see it all in the game, and so you do really capture that physicality of the game. And yeah, a solid win there from Monty. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the brackets as we wait for our next game to be prepared for us. I don't know if we're going to continue into the winners bracket or we're going to go back and finish our last losers bracket round we have. We have Kronstar and Tim.
We are going to continue into the winners bracket. It should be 24 versus Josie next.
Excellent. We have Kronstar and Tim left in the losers bracket, and then the loser of 24 and Jay Josie will be going down into losers round 3 against Bot 01. Slowly to Master will be duking it out, and then that will be it for day number 3. Day 4 will continue onward, where we will have our final rounds of the losers bracket, the semifinals, and the finals. 6 total games, with the finals being a best of 7 instead of a best of 5. So do be sure to tune in tomorrow. If you haven't already, be sure to follow this channel because it will be live right here on twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague, but also on Facebook, YouTube, and Horizon Venue. So if you are tuning in across all of those platforms, we do appreciate your support. We appreciate you hanging in and enjoying it. And if you don't know what Venues is and you are stopping in right now, the app you can go download on your Quest or Quest 2, and you can enjoy watching these games, us on a big movie theater size screen with other people in VR. It's a really cool way to enjoy the action. Maybe at one point I'll get one of these fellows on the desk to put their headsets on and give a shout out inside. But either way, a really cool way to enjoy the action. I would recommend checking it out if you do have a Quest or Quest 2. It is not on PC for those that do rely on PC. So just a note, if you are looking for it on that platform, it's only on Quest or Quest 2. But regardless, we appreciate everyone stopping by and hanging out and enjoying the action. I'm not sure. Yeah, waiting on 24 and Jay Josie. As we said, that's our next matchup, and we're just waiting for a code. So we'll go ahead and give that ready to the players, and we should be getting into it. What are the expectations on the desk here? I'll start with you, Cap, for 24 and Jay Josie.
So a lot of people have been saying that 24 is the best player in the world, and he's definitely, I would say, top 3. But in my mind, the 2 contentions for the best players in the world are Josie and Interact. So I'm going into this thinking Josie's going to win. However, Josie has had so also the thing about double elimination Blaston, when there's 2 players, sometimes the players won't actually give it their all in the winners bracket and just know that they're going to go back into the grand finals anyway because they just stomp the loser. And I think both players could actually come in with that mindset. However, I think that Josie, very humble player, and he's really one of the fantastic role models for Blaston. I think him being as humble as he is really one of the reasons. Because you don't have ego here, but he's heard a lot of people talk about how 24 is definitely beat him, and I think that's got to affect him in ways. So I think he's probably got something to prove. I think he definitely can. So my money is on Josie.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit there, Cap. So maybe.
Oh, apologies. I hope you all got that. My bet's on Josie. I think Josie's going to win this and prove a lot of people wrong.
Yeah, we got most of it. It's all good. Just a few moments there. Oolong, I mean, what are your thoughts? Are you in the 24 camp?
Yeah, I mean, so listen, I agree with everything that Cap just said, especially the fact that Josie's had, he pretty solidly had the top position in most major tournaments right up until that very first week of VRML when we were getting into it. That being said, 24's put in the hours. 24's been at the top of every single bracket, event, every single showdown special. He has just put in as many hours as he possibly can into this game. And I think that now is really going to be the time to show it, because the last time that we saw this matchup was, I think it was the 3rd week of the VRML normal season. And people were saying that. People were saying, okay, Josie's going to got a wake-up call, and now he's going to come back. And 24, just basically off of dodging alone, still managed to go ahead and take it. I can already tell that this is going to be a scary match, because Josie is not going for any specialty weapons or anything like that. They're actually running a fairly meta build, which is horrifying, terrifying.
Cap, what are your thoughts on the loadouts here before we dive in to round 1 of game 1?
Well, as I said, 24 is bringing Bullet Hell, and he's brought Curve Luma. 24 is a player, one of the only players I'd say, I'm very arrogant, but consider as good, if not probably better than me at Curve Luma in terms of curving that. He's put a lot of time into it, and in fact, during VRML, I tried to challenge the Curve Luma only challenge match, which we never got to do. Josie, I've played against this loadout. I actually warmed up against this loadout, and I lost 25 games in a row. He's very good with this.
Wow.
You couldn't have made 24
no.
games in a row?
No, I mean, it's one for luck.
One for luck, yeah.
Yeah. It's quite, I mean, he's just basically making use of Hurricane 1, and he likes Hammerade combined with Wildcat and Raptor Ellipse, because he just says it's free damage. You throw up a Hammerade, do the Wildcat Raptor Ellipse combo, and most people can't dodge it. If anyone can, it'll be 24.
24 does take the first bit of damage here today, but it's only a small slice, and the opening 30 seconds here, a little bit slower pace than our last round was, as just a touch of damage there delivered to Josie to put 24 back into the lead.
Yeah, I would fully expect all of these games, honestly, to go to 2 minutes, regardless of how many sets we have. Because it is just that close between these two. You're going to see a lot of very well-calculated combos here, especially as 24 comes in with another push and brings Josie to, okay, for sure, down to half health there. Wow.
Here comes the zone. Going to try and push 24 forward and then connect with anything they can. The Wildcat, the Luma, anything that manages to do damage is going to get thrown at 24, and it certainly does chip away a good chunk of 24's HP. A nice denial with the Aegis Shield there to shut down Illuma in a couple of bullets, and then try and apply the pressure themselves again. The Hurricane forcing 24 to the front. 24 trying to apply counter pressure, and it works out.
Wow. And you can see Josie not really messing around too much here, keeping with the combos that are working, specifically that Hurricane nade combo. I mean, it's fairly short cooldown, sitting at 9 seconds, and it's working out well for him. So, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right, folks?
That is for sure. Good dodge there of the ellipse and a good floor work, but the Hurricane, no, doesn't connect. They avoid everything, and again, anticipating that the push is coming, they step forward with Josie stepping forward, and 24 doing a great job of countering this push that Josie's trying to orchestrate here. And ultimately, they've taken round 1. But like you said, down to the last few seconds of that first round.
Yeah, wow. And this is just all incredible play from, I'm sort of taking mental notes, and I'm sure that a lot of our competitors are also taking notes in this matchup as well. Excuse me. We were talking about it before, that curved Luma sometimes can mess you up more than it helps, but either way, when it does manage to hit, it is scary. 20 damage, especially in this matchup, and specifically just the rate of fire alone can be very, very scary here for 24. I'm actually kind of surprised to not see Josie hitting as many Hurricanes I expect, but I think that 24 just has very good game sense and is able to basically predict where those are going to fall without even having to really dedicate too much space in his mind to looking at it.
Ooh, the ellipse just going over 24. 24 certainly showcasing good footwork, as was called out in chat. Definitely, you can see the movement here from 24. Very aware, and as I say that, a big connection from Josie puts them back in the lead.
Wow. You can see him just desperately grabbing for that nade, too.
Wow, nice
Yeah.
chip down there from 24 again, bouncing back from good opener from Josie. And interesting that, 24 confident enough to stand at the front with nothing in hand, but as they try and dive back, it almost maybe bites them in the back as they dive into those hurricanes, take big chunks of damage, and ultimately Josie benefits from maybe 24 getting a little overconfident.
Yeah, that's for sure. And again, Josie's very humble. He's going to play this the best he can all the way through. There we go. I was about to say, the one thing I'm noticing from Josie, he's taking a lot more chip damage than I kind of expect from him usually. Usually he's the drop blocking king. In the last 3 seconds.
Damage, not enough. Josie is going to take the round, and, well, I guess is what as on par for matchups here today. We tie things up for our first game between these two.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and towards the end there, that 2 damage, for a second I had to hold my breath because I really thought it was going to come down to the weapon throw damage there. Very well played from both of these two. I mean, I can't say it's unexpected, but it's still amazing to watch. Okay, Josie getting forced out of his position in the back corner by that Raptor Ellipse. Ooh, and he takes his eyes off the front of the podium, gets hit with a Luma. The other thing I'm noticing from both these two, and I know we've mentioned it before in the matches, but they're both really saving their weapons.
Yeah.
Not just for the Viper shots. It seems like it's mostly for those Raptor Ellipse shots. It seems like 24 is more focused on ensuring that the Raptor Ellipse doesn't hit than the Viper not hit.
And at this stage, you're also trying to push certain guns to the front of your loadout and certain guns to the back. I mean, there's really a lot of calculation on how they utilize their loadout and where each piece is before they put on for an attack. And Josie tries to get some damage going there, but 24 has just put on a dominant round so far. They have a huge lead going into the back 40 seconds.
Dude, and he is so quick. Oh my goodness. He is just speedy on the ground. I always make the joke that he's on one of those little rolly things that you used to play on in elementary school. Things that used to crush your fingers. That's how he plays, is he just rolls around on the floor because he is just so quick at repositioning and knowing exactly where to reposition to when he needs to.
Oh, more damage onto Josie, but with 10 seconds left, I don't know that this is workable for Josie unless they connect with a couple of Viper Ellipses here. So I don't think that is going to happen. They do go
actually do with that one off to the edge of the podium.
Yeah, that was an interesting hook. They tried to go kind of maybe what we consider around the world, the full distance of that arc, and it almost does connect onto 24. Ultimately, 24 does take game number 1, though, and I wonder if Josie's thinking of a loadout swap. Cap, certainly an exciting start to things. It looks like Josie's at least taking a seat and a breather. I think we can understand that.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just thinking about what to do next. Part of me thinks he's going to put a Raptor attached 3 into his build. Now, this isn't because I'm some insightful commentator. This is because I put mine into my build, because he told me about it, and I saw him using it. But no, he's carrying on. He likes his current loadout. I think he's doing well. Each round, apart from the last round, I suppose, could really go either way.
Right.
I think you just have to dodge better and be more accurate with the shots. Kind of all he's gonna focus on.
Yeah, we'll see if they can put that expert wisdom into work here and connect with some of these shots. They really need these arcs, these Viper Ellipses to connect, and they just aren't hitting on the 24. 24 really doing a good job of dodging.
Ooh, and spacing out those Luma shots to avoid all of them getting shielded. Very interesting. Ooh. But a bit of a miscalculation from 24 as he does end up taking some chip damage from that combo.
First time really in a round and a half that they have taken chip damage there. Josie was able to get a lot of it in their first round where they almost won, but 24 obviously someone that's not going to give up at any stage in their efforts. And I like that play from Josie. Tries to go for the long arc, the hammer nade, really clamp in on 24 with something up through the center as well, but ultimately 24 aware and dodges everything that gets thrown at them. Josie does a good job there of avoiding damage themselves, as they certainly are dodging well as well.
Yeah, and actually, okay. I had to check and make sure that 24 was actually running the fast Wildcat. For a second there, I thought they were running the normal one. All right, 30 seconds left. 24 isn't even on half health, but Josie still has the lead. Ooh, this could change in just a second.
Good dodge there. 24 right back into the lead. It's the danger of that Luma, the Hurricanes. I mean, drop blocking Hurricane shots above them, crazy from 24.
Wow, incredible. Yeah. And 24 seemed fairly confident. Again, just kind of reading Josie, feeling him out. I think the most impressive thing there was he actually brought out that hammer ellipse and purposely fired it slower just to let him just to buy him some time for the rest of his build. Really incredible gameplay from both of these two, but wow, 24 really understanding his build inside and out, and also really understanding what weapon combinations are going to give him his win conditions in this matchup.
Yeah. Ooh, and actually a good opening for Josie here. As I say that hammer nade from behind. I mean, crazy deployment there from 24 to be able to get it back there and hide it amongst the other sort of onslaught that they're throwing at Josie. It's even then, Josie seemingly was aware of it, avoided most of it, but pretty much even. And as I say that, 24 chips away, Josie chips away. We stay pretty much even. A Viper Ellipse doesn't connect.
I think I couldn't even tell you who has the lead right now. I actually think it's tied. 24 just took the lead with a couple of shots there, but it is still too close to call. And again, you know, these bigger, these harder hitting weapons seem to be the thing that's really making the decision here. You know, just one or two hits is enough to really sway the pendulum in one direction or the other. Woo! And there we go with the Luma and the hammer nade. Oh my goodness!
Wow, huge combo from 24 off of the back of what was a nice rebound from Josie. They did some good chip damage onto 24 there, but that's the trouble with 24, right? Is even once you do put something nice together, there's still such a threat. They'll immediately try and answer back, and there's a good connection, a nice attack there from Josie. But now 24 is going to apply the pressure here. The hammer nade, the Luma comes in. You have to dodge these Lumas, and those are, well, nicely dodged by Josie. Every little bit of damage now potentially puts them out, though, so they have to battle back. A nice denial of that hammer nade. Can an ellipse connect in time? No, it does not.
Drop blocked the ellipse as it comes into his field. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow.
I mean, Cap, a fantastic 2 games in the pocket for 24 right out the gate. Should have Josie swapped at any point? Do you think we're going to get a swap that's going to get Josie back into this going into game 3? I mean, what are your thoughts?
I think that anyone else playing Josie in that match would have lost. I think that's fair. I think that Josie's probably going to bring Raptor 3 because he's been using it a lot in Q. It does quite an effective amount of pressure. It kind of takes the place of a hammer shot. This isn't my thoughts, something he's told me. But what I'd really like to see against 24 is honestly a bounce Viper, because when someone goes to the ground a lot, when someone's crouching a lot, shooting a bounce Viper down at the floor, bounces up, hits them, and it makes it a lot harder for them to dodge. Do I think he's going to go that? No. Would I like to see it?
All right, well, we'll see what we get here. We're just about ready to get back into the action. I mean, Oolong, maybe I just don't know if the health Nova is the solution here to the situation, but I keep thinking about the Novas. They're not being utilized in these battles that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't feel like it's a bad option, especially when we start talking about, you know, that straight Luma. And being able to really zone off. Josie didn't bring it. Okay, cool. I was about to say, but you know what? Josie doesn't bring the straight Luma. Ended up swapping off of the Viper Ellipse for that. So that's a very interesting option, especially because Josie is a pretty well-established Viper Ellipse user.
Go ahead and give them the ready as we are eagerly awaiting to see if 24 can 3-0 Jay Josie here this afternoon.
Yeah, and just while we still have you, Cap, Another thing that I think most players expect to see from Josie is that use of the hammer ellipse, and he hasn't brought it for any of these matches.
That's true. I haven't really seen him be practicing it much. I wouldn't be surprised if he's saving it for potentially the grand finals.
Because I was thinking about what you said before, and that's exactly what I was thinking too.
But the other thing is, you got to remember that Josie is an incredibly versatile player and can pretty much pick anything up again. He's brought Majestic versus me, probably as a disrespect, but he can make pretty much anything work. And I think he's I'm interested to see how he handles this build, particularly the Luma.
Into it we go. Game number 3, 24, a game away from securing this and advancing into the semifinals. Josie obviously not knocked out. They'll just be moving down into the losers bracket. And so not necessarily life's on the line, but obviously you want to advance to the semis, and 24 certainly opens up round 1 nicely.
Ooh, okay, there we go.
Good
That's
rebound.
the setup I want to see. Man, Josie managing to nail 24 there. They weren't able to get out of that one. And also another thing that I'm definitely seeing here is that they're doing a much, I guess, better job, but really, realistically, they're just paying attention to it more, waiting and really fully setting up their build before they go in. They're really not pulling any weapons before they need them. They're not firing off things just to fire them. And I feel like 24 actually might be falling into that trap a little bit as, these two players get more and more tired.
24 with some great dodge work there. That certainly does burn stamina down, and you should see 24, I think, just go for a little sweat wipe off the brow there. I mean, you gotta get just trying to get the just drenched in this gameplay right now. And I mean, hey, it's worth it, right? Especially if 24 wins here, they don't play the rest of the day. They can relax until tomorrow. Yep. It almost makes me wonder, if you're Jay Josie, do you try and preserve some stamina, because you're going to be up pretty quick after this game into another one, and that's when your elimination's on the line.
I personally think that, if for nothing else than the psychological plays, you go as hard as you can the entire day through. And you know what?
Yeah.
If it ends up losing you some matches, you know what? It's better than the alternative, which I mean is broadcasting that, hey, 24 can take this, and I'll let him.
So close again on this one. Josie has put up such good rounds.
Wow.
Just a quick note, guys. Neither player is going to play another game today. The loser of winners brackets don't play until tomorrow.
Oh, yeah,
You're right,
okay,
you're
yeah,
right, you're
we
right.
are in top 8 right now,
You're
yes.
right. Forgot about that.
I think we were saying for tomorrow, preserving your strength for tomorrow, which I mean is also much less in focus just because these two won't be playing today. But
Yeah.
again, I think that, I've been sore after a day of playing Blast on 2, so, it still applies to some degree.
Yeah, you're right. I'm still
Ooh, nice
thinking.
dodging.
I'm thinking about other matches that we have. We still have one of those round 2 losers bracket rounds. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. So they won't be playing again either way. But regardless, a good battle here from 24 to wrap things up with a nice, neat bow. I don't think Josie has... No, they only took 1 round at the start of this series in game 1. Since then, it has been 24 running the show, so to speak. But Josie's been so close. They've really done a nice job of staying in every single round.
What was that? The nade dropped. I'm really hoping that there aren't some controller difficulties coming from 24, but quite possibly.
Big connection there with the nade. That does get some good damage for Josie. 24 very close now to potentially being back into the, potentially taking the lead. 30 seconds left. We're getting down to the wire. The full spread comes in. 24 gets forced to the front, but puts on some great figure 8s there.
Wow.
Really nice dodge work. Their caps have got to be on fire as they avoid a pretty good setup from Josie. I mean, Josie couldn't have done it a whole lot better than what they did right there. And 24, again, just putting on a showcase, if anything, here, as they chip a little bit more onto Josie. And the clock could be the deciding factor here.
And I think it is.
Oof.
I actually think it is. Wow. And an 0-3 set. 24 is going to be moving ahead in the winners bracket. Wow. That was incredible, especially right there at the end. I mean, it's funny. I don't usually take clips of dodging because sometimes it's just hard to visually see what's going on.
Yeah.
And that entire last minute, I just had that clip button over and over and over again.
Cap, a fantastic series there from 24. Josie will go down and battle out in that losers bracket and losers round 4, like you said, which will be tomorrow. But I mean, what are your thoughts?
You know, if 24 is going to show that he's top 2 in the world, top 1 in the world, this is going to be the tournament where he gets to do it. And he's phenomenal at the game. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything else. You all saw how much he crushed me, but he is an amazing dodger, and he's got fantastic lamps. I'm surprised he beat JJ today. But I'm not that surprised. If that makes sense. So really, really well played to both players, and I'm genuinely I'd be very surprised if we don't see them in the grand final each other. Not to dismiss any other players, but if you speak to literally any other players on the other side of the bracket, they kind of talk about how they're playing for 3rd place, which sounds a bit bad. But if I was on the other bracket, I'd be exactly the same. In my mind, the best I could go was 4th place because I just didn't see myself being able to beat either of these two players.
Just looking at our matches ahead of us here, if we do take a look at the bracket, is Kronster and Tim up next on the docket. Tim, just about ready, and we do have a code, so we'll be jumping into this soon. But I do just want to look back here, to see that, to showcase that, in my opinion, Tim is a bit of the underdog in this situation. They lost early to Captain Fabulous going into that losers bracket. They did beat out Heritage 3-0, but Kronster has really gone up against some tough opponents and won. They beat Very Hungry Cat. They got a game against Monty Band, who is now all the way into the semifinals. They just beat Turbo. I mean, I guess looking into this, Tim, I would say is certainly the underdog in this matchup, but do you think they have a shot against Kronster?
100%. I think Tim's in a hard position here because he's just woken up. It's I think like 5 a.m. for him. He lives in Australia. And Tim is an older player. He's in his 40s. But I think he's been top 10 in the league every season for either 10 or 12 months on the clock. I said this last time, but I didn't actually get the right the right figure on that since. Anyone who's counting Tim out is I don't want to say a fool.
I'll say it. Fool.
A fool, yes.
Okay.
I think it's be a great match. I think that Kronstar's style of play, particularly with latency issues between the two of them, is very much favored against Tim's slower, more methodical play style. And just to illustrate that, whenever I played, like before the last update, not the one just gone, but 1.17, I only played Double Vipers, and I had a really good win rate record against Tim. As soon as I switched to Bullet Hell, I started beating everyone else except Tim. So in the loadout kind of selection, Kron's going to have an advantage, but Tim has so much experience and he's so good at the game. He's been on people's top 10 lists since the game came out. So I don't know who's going to win this. My money would be on Kron just because his loadout favors these kind of latency duels and also favors playing against Tim quite heavily. But I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way.
What are we seeing in loadouts here that stands out to us as we do get ready to dive into game 1 between these two? I see we're obviously got the Double Viper from Kron and the Lance coming in from Tim.
Well, the main thing for Tim's loadout I want to talk about is he's bringing HP Nova, which is a counter to Double Viper. And if you remember, like when I played against Tim, I had Collision Hammer in my loadout because that's the only way I could think of countering it, which Kron doesn't have. And the reason that's a counter is because when Kron wants to get aggressive, he's just got this big purple orb, which he has to get out of the way of. He can either sink a load of damage into it, damage he doesn't really have available to try and deal with it, or he has to kind of get out of the way, get back just relieves some pressure off Tim. And it also provides stuff that Braun has to shoot around. So I love that HP Nova inclusion. And the Lance is going to go very well with it because it's going to trap Braun in his place. So when these hit the podium, Tim's going to pull out that Lance, essentially trap him a bit right now.
Yep, there's the zoning forced to the front of the space, and yeah, really nice bit of utility. A different variety of ways you can use it to properly zone Kronster here. It's just a matter of Tim putting things together, and this is the first time we're seeing the Health Nova come out today, but we'll see if Tim can make it work successfully for them. Again, here comes that trapping, forcing them to the front of the space, trying to dodge and potentially set up for the attack, but they never really get to attack once they've done all that setting up because Kronster is doing a nice job of applying pressure, and Tim's really focused on dodging rather than properly executing their setup.
Well, he does get tagged by a bounce Nova off the back of the wall there, so Braun needs to look out for those. 4 of those and you lose all your HP.
Hurricane there tagging Tim on the shoulder, a little bit more chip damage done. And whoa, Tim stepping out of bounds there, trying to avoid that lance. Kronster gets hit big, and we are seeing some huge bits of damage done to both of these sides, whether intentionally or not. And there's an ellipse that connects onto Tim to finalize things for Kronster, but that was kind of a wild round.
It's a lovely Viper ellipse to finish it off, predicting the dodge down, and so just shooting it low with a low curve. Very, very nice start. Big fan.
Here comes the Hurricane, does a little bit of damage. The Lance pushing Kronster into the corner. Tim does do a bit of DPS themselves there, and for now we're pretty dang close on HP between the two, although Kronster seems to have a slight advantage. The Lance is there, forcing Kron to the ground, but nothing to follow up with from Tim as the bullet spread does come in. Here comes the Health Novas to try and limit the options for Kronster in terms of how they can shoot, and really good zoning with that Lance, forcing Kronster almost into those Health Novas. If one of those hits Kronster, that's some big damage done, but they end up floating by, and for now, Tim has the lead. Little bits of damage done to get them there, and big bits of damage to get Kronster back into it.
Yeah, this is really kind of how the match goes with HP Nova versus Double Vipers. HP Nova really wants to get off to a fairly commanding lead and then keep it. Double Vipers, you land a few of those Viper shots and suddenly you're in the driving. And that's what we're seeing. Just needs to sharpen up his dodging.
Yeah, Tim
again is
dodged that nade and ended up going out of bounds, to your point. So really got to be aware of your space, in particular in a game like this. You go OB, you're ending up doing way more damage to yourself than your opponent ever could. And a nice step forward from Tim to connect with that Viper as Kronster was forced to the bottom of their play space. Good zoning. Tim right back in this with just one bullet. That's all it takes in a game like Blaston. And Tim has 1 HP left. A gun tossed at them will do it. Kronster recognizes that, and they are going to take game 1.
Yeah, I think that Tim had a very effective use of Snowball, seeing that popping quite a lot, Kronstar. A lot of Tim's build there is designed to try and meet Kronstar's aggression. When Kronstar jumps up, he throws that Snowball. You can also use that damage lance defensively to disrupt someone's aggression, because the minute you see that damage lance on you, because it is so much faster for the damage to start applying, and the damage is terrifying, it's 17 seconds, or I think 17 per tick.
Wow.
It's you immediately, as a player, even if you're the most aggressive Double Viper player in the world, think, I've got to dodge out of the way, and that kind of disrupts it. If Kronstar's coming with a combo, he has to dodge down to get out of the way there. So I think Tim played well. Just Braun's a fantastic player too. I mean, both of them.
Again, you know, I love seeing the Nova gang represent, you know. We were talking about it earlier. It's great to actually see it come out. And I think that the idea was solid, you know, using the Nova to block vision, set up, and catch Kronster by surprise with some of those straight lances. But you know what, at the end of the day, you know, I think the real reason why we haven't seen Nova really come out is because it's sort of a very slow answer to what your opponent throws out. And if you miss time for whatever reason, it will, at the best, it's just ineffective. And then at the worst, you think that you've blocked something, but you've just blocked your own vision rather than your opponent's vision. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Tim switch off of it. I hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised.
We swap sides, Tim in blue, Kronstar in purple, but Kronstar again with that 1 game lead. And as we give the ready up to both sides, where's the shift coming in on the loadouts? It looks like Tim's taken everything they did.
I think they're bringing the same loadouts. It's just they want the latency switch.
Yeah.
Remember, this is an international game, so they don't want.
Yeah, well, and no Nova. No Nova coming out from Tim. So
oh, yeah, there was a
exactly
loadout
the
swap.
And he swapped, I believe, for Frostbite. So this is going to be a very aggressive swap.
He had Frostbite before.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
But I think maybe the Hurricane.
Ooh, maybe the Hurricane.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
it
well-
is. The Hurricane wasn't there. We'll see how they can string that combo together, but already certainly they have done well as Kronstar's taking some big damage. Tim out the gate, coming in strong here. And you can see that Hurricane threat. The Frostbite lands right into the heart of Kronstar, forcing Kronstar into a bit of zoning space where Tim can connect that Frostbite. Nicely done there. Maybe before the first minute, Tim may be able to secure this W.
And I'm a bit surprised, but Tim not even bothering sending those up, sending them straight forward towards Kronstar and really forcing him to the back of the play area. I think, goes to show the versatility of the weapon where you can use it to force your opponent to move away from the back of their play area, but also from the back of their play area. Tim's going to go ahead and take round 1.
They're just shooting those, those hammers or hurricanes right at Kron, and one of those actually does connect to wrap up round 1. Tim right back into this thing in our second game here with a very good shift in this Frostbite, doing nice damage so far for them, and just a little bit extra bit of aggression is what they needed to battle back against Kronstar here, but we'll have to see if Kron can put some damage up, as they do a little bit of chip damage there onto Tim, and there's a nice connection. Those bounce Vipers have been landing onto Tim. Tim maybe needs to be a little more cognizant of that threat. That nade was close.
Yeah, that nade almost popped directly on him. Ooh!
Big damage coming in for Kron there. A nice chip damage from Tim. Not too late, as they certainly have plenty of time to battle back against Kron's HP pool, but Kron's done a big job of connecting with those Vipers and really doing a nice job of maintaining the lead here, too.
Ooh, and again, firing that Hurricane forward rather than firing it up, really just trying to push back Kronstar back onto their play area rather than fence off that last line. Ooh, another head.
One more chunk of damage, one more bullet, a couple of tools, a couple of empty weapons thrown at Tim will be enough.
Yeah, there's one.
Oh, yeah, I just need to throw one more. And Kronstar recognizes that, tosses both out there in front of him, catches Tim, and we're going into a round 3. Kronstar hanging in there, but Tim's certainly putting on a little bit better performance here.
Yeah. Wow. And just the speed at which Kronstar is moving to get out of the way of these projectiles is really impressive, but they take 2 huge hurricanes to the back. Oh no. All right. Sadly, I don't think that those lasers are really doing too much for Tim. It seems like he's sort of lost the element of surprise, but the hurricanes land again. And it's really going to be on Kronstar now to get this back, as Tim looks like he's maybe taken 15 damage so far this match. All right. And he continues to send those hurricanes straight forward. Oof, okay. Kronstar goes ahead and punishes that aggression with a quick Viper shot, follows it up with quite a couple Wildcats, and now both these players are in the red. It's going to be the next big hit for both of these two.
Such a close round here. 30 seconds left. Every little bit of damage matters. The drop blocking coming in there from Kronster to avoid those Viper shots, and Tim doing a good job of avoiding Kronstar's step forward there. Shut down. Oh no, that nade connects for 3 damage. Tossing guns at each other here is what could potentially separate the winner.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't intended, but you know what? It actually may have been exactly what he needed here in these last 10 seconds. Oh, and the bounce, I want to say.
Yeah.
Oh. And Kronster's going to go ahead and take game 2. Wow.
You know, one thing we're also, not even considering here is that we are obviously in a very, we talk about stamina and playing these rounds. We're on a very hot time in the world.
Oh, yeah.
It is hot for a lot of these players, and so they're sweating up a storm right now in this battle, and I'm surprised that we just go right back into it. We don't swap sides again. Tim obviously feeling good that they could potentially come back from this, but Kronster doing a nice job of just barely taking W's, and well,
whoa. Oh, and those Hurricanes narrowly dodge him. Tim solidly in the red now. Oh, and there we go. And Cross is going to go ahead and take round 1. He's trying to dissuade that aggression with the lances, but sadly, it doesn't matter where Kronster is on the podium. It seems like he can go ahead and land those Vipers from anywhere.
Gotta be cautious of that threat. It is so prevalent. It does so much damage. It can instantly chunk down what is a confident lead to nothing. That was a good nade. Very good nades from both. Really doing a nice job of zoning each other, but great dodge work, and Kronster ultimately takes a little bit of damage. That pushes Tim up just by a hair, but we are playing by very tight margins right now as both players are just on the hunt for these big damage dealers to connect.
Yeah, and they're both doing an excellent job. Ooh, I was about to say, those Hurricanes have really been the best switch for Tim here, considering the amount of damage it's done. There we go. I feel like he's starting to catch on. The pressure's on for him. He knows that he has to take it here, or else he is out of the top 8.
Yep, it is certainly the season on the line, so to speak. If you will be knocked out of this tournament, knocked out of that cash money as well, and so gotta stay focused. Gotta prevail through the adversity of getting chunked down and potentially at a disadvantage with only 40 seconds left. That pressure continues to mount, and it is hard to some players excel in it, some players struggle with it. So see what we get out of Tim here in the back half of this game number 3.
30 seconds. It seems like he's been saving his weapons for this last push.
Oh.
Just has to avoid taking too much.
Ends up getting hit by a Raptor Lips, but connects with one of their own. So a quick answer back. Does take a little bit of damage, but for now has the HP lead. A Viper shot that connects could separate things. Crossstar throws everything they have at Tim, and they take a slight advantage.
Oh, no, Viper from Tim!
1 second on the clock, and Tim stays alive with the final shot. That is the pinnacle of you're never out of it until it's the final moment. I mean, well, let's see if Tim can put together another one, or if Kronster opens up nice here. Good connections.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Wow, that's
Wow.
a
Sometimes Double Viper goes like that.
Yep,
Sometimes
there you
just
go.
lose all your HP in 15 seconds. I mean, it happens. Well played by both players.
Wow. And Kronster's double Vipers are scary. My goodness. That was insane.
That is, well, or was our last round 3 elimination round. We now will advance forward in the bracket. We'll go ahead and take a quick look at it again, where Kronster will be going up against Bot, Sloweed up against Master 17. Our next matchup will be Sloweed and Master 17. We are going to go to a brief break, though. These players need some time to recharge, refocus, get their sweats wiped off their brows and off of their headsets, and get some hydration going. So we're going to cut to a 5 or 10 minute break, and when we come back, the last 2 rounds of the losers bracket. Slowey versus Master 17 and Crossser versus Bot 01. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
Sober up and feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go see it in my arms. And I realize something went wrong. Sober up and feeling has changed and I gotta go home. You follow me through my heart into my soul. You go see it in my arms. And I realize something went wrong.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 1 Championship for Blaston. It's day 3, but it's been an exciting day, that is for sure. It's not the last day. We got tomorrow to finalize the action, but, man, some great matchups. A couple of Game 5s, a couple of Round 3 Game 5s. Oolong, we can't ask for much more than that.
No, we really can't. The stuff we've seen today is actually, we were just talking about it during the break, where we were like, wow, especially compared to the very first tournament that we ran, sort of the preseason cup, the stuff that people are bringing now in these matches is nothing short of amazing. I mean, we've seen it all. We've seen Bullet Hell. We've seen Oops All DPS. We've seen mixtures of the two. Heck, we even saw Nova last match. And now we are getting into essentially which are kind of losers semifinals. All of the players who are playing right now have ended up in the losers bracket. No one's coming down for the winners bracket on these next two matches. Everything is staying local to the losers league. And of course, next up is going to be Master 17 and Slowed. Cap, do you think that Slowed is looking for some revenge, considering that I think that he was hoping to have a bit of an administrative showdown?
You know, the one thing I can say about Master 17 is he saved me being humiliated by Slowed for what, the fifth time in the last few months on stream. I think the thing about Slowed is that he has always been a very strong player. He's always shown up really well in tournaments. He hasn't really played the game. Really been playing a lot. And I think we're seeing it at a fairly peak performance. So while I may not be rooting for him, caster, I do think definitely favorite here.
That'll be interesting too, because Master 17 going further into this bracket. For those of you who may not know the backstory, Master 17 actually wasn't very active in community events up until very recent. Just due to them not really being that much online outside of his headset. So, the fact that on his essentially, not necessarily his first outing, but on his first set of outings, he may be making it past top 8. That would certainly be interesting, but we do got our loadouts now. We are going through our tests, and what are you seeing?
No, we do have Double Viper from Master.
You have Double
Slowly
Viper?
running that Luma. Interesting choice there with the Charge Hammer, the Raptor Ellipse. Going to be interesting. It's, Slow's definitely going to go for that bullet hell spread and try and thread those Lumas in, but it's the straight Luma, not that arc, so it's got a little bit more of that velocity behind it.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I do
Slow
think.
is-
Sorry, go ahead, Cap.
I've just played against a lot, so I know what he does. He throws out Hurricane 1, throws Hammerade to the side of you, and then while you're trying to work out where the Hurricane's big spread of scary 6 damage Hammerade pellets towards you, then he just pulls out a Luma and hits you through. It's very hard to dodge. And I think that actually bringing the Cortex Shield from Master, reading that position. So
Oh man, it's starting off this volley. Master managing to land quite a few of those Raptor Ellipse bullets, but Slowed also landing their own stuff back, landing a Luma and I believe a Hurricane, bringing Master to about half health. Dang, and those Bounce Vipers almost managed to tag Slowed, but not quite. I think it's interesting too because, we've seen a lot of that Hammer Nade being run. Master not running any nades this time around.
Yeah, you don't really get that element of the clamp, that you necessarily get with that hammer or hammer ellipse even. So curious to see, I guess, just relying again on that hammer ellipse for that side shot action. And so far, it's pretty dang close as we get into the first minute of the series here. Slowed and Master just about equal HP. They are just, again, both slowly chipping away. Although big damage there from the Hurricane does connect onto Master. They do dodge the Lumas. That would have been a really nice 1-2 punch. And no Bounce Vipers there, so Slowy maintains the advantage. 45 left.
Yep, as we get into this last minute, Master taking a bit more chip plus the Luma. And yeah, they're gonna have to land, hopefully, they're looking really for a Viper here. Meanwhile, Slow's just looking for the weapon throw. Ooh, and they are going to get hit by a couple of those Viper Ellipse shots. Again, they're looking for the weapon throw to end it as Master stays on 1 health. They managed to get a couple Wildcats too. 10 seconds left.
And Master admirably still trying to do damage here in this situation because they really could potentially lock in this series to win, but no. Slowy takes round 1. Game 1, starting off exciting to say the least. Master and Slowy definitely going at it.
Yeah, and dang, there was a world where he landed that Viper Ellipse shot in the last seconds and went ahead and took round 1. It was very close, but honestly, I'm very impressed by Slowed's dodging here. He's doing a good job of doing all the things that we like to see. Looking at the projectiles, making sure to not only worry about his positioning, but also the orientation of his body. All of that factors in here, but it doesn't prevent him from getting hit by the Bounce Viper. Oh. Ooh, and that's an expensive shield to have to waste on those Hurricanes, too.
Double Viper comes in. Master trying to connect with it. The shots go a touch wide. The Hammer Nade off to the side. Ends up tagging Master, and Master steps forward to take a lot of damage. Slowed takes game number 1.
Now, it's funny. I always say this when I talk about Master. He gets inside his own head a lot, and you kind of saw the inklings of it at the end of that round of just kind of sitting there and accepting his fate. That's not the attitude I want to see, Master. Come on, you got to fight till the end, dude.
Yeah, well, the stamina effect could be calculating. It could be a matter, it could be getting factored in here, as you go on and play. This is, again, both of these players' second series today.
Yeah.
And so that sort of, again, the stamina is definitely a element that could be a reason why you're not seeing Master necessarily weave through the spread that Slowy is presenting.
Yeah. Yeah, and if that is it, you're only going to see it more and more as we get through the rest of these rounds, too. So, but excellent dodging from both of these two at the front of this match.
It comes in, Master avoids that. Slowy stepping up from the front like it. Ends up launching a Hurricane off to the bottom, maybe not intended. And showing that Slowy very much concerned about the potential threat of Master dumping in these double Vipers. They do not want to get tagged by either one. Obviously, that would be a big way to kick things off for Master. Yeah.
Especially considering that this has been very, very close. So, I mean, of course, Viper, but one Luma could really just seal the fate for both of these players. We're going to see it here in the last 30 seconds. Okay, Slowed lines him up in the middle. He runs into some of those charge hammer shots, but not too much damage.
Hurricanes come in. They do connect onto the back of Master, but Master stepping forward does connect onto a bounce Viper, and a big one at that. Definitely kicks things up for Slowy. 5 seconds left, and Master has the lead. Slowy can't connect with the Luma in time. Master putting out some dodge work there.
Yep, there we go. And just collapses to the ground. Come on, Master, you still got one more match. Oh. Man, and we're seeing a lot of these games go to the very end of the round. Maybe not always going to timer, but definitely going to the end of the round, and Slowed starting off the round by landing a Luma shot. Now, the one thing I will say about Master using this Cortex shield, especially with its increased duration and the, another Luma shot, and the, not necessarily increased health, but the slower depletion of the health, I'm surprised to see him continuously throwing it out when he could hold it and keep that handle for drop block.
Nice connection there. Every bit of damage matters, even the weapons thrown.
Yep, and again, Slow doing a good job when those Viper lip shots especially are passing by him. Looking at them, making sure he orients his body, but he doesn't manage to dodge that one. Slow still has the lead, but it's a lot closer now.
That nade detonation. Master does a good job of avoiding the Hurricanes that were a little bit too low, or maybe just low as intended, but either way, Master avoids the setup and the spread. The Lumas come in through, and one does connect, and it's a big connection that gets Slowy right back into a nice, comfortable lead with only 30 seconds left.
Right on the hand, too. That hurts. Wow.
Work from Slowy. Those do take a couple of Raptor lip shots. Those are big damage, and a nice little bit of connection there from the Wildcat. Ends up dropping that charge hammer, maybe unintentionally, or tried to juggle it, but either way, doesn't end up impacting Master, and the clock ticks down. 5 seconds left.
Oh!
Slowy's going to take a round.
Take that round. Oh, so impressively played from these two. Again, you know, we keep saying it, but it matters even more and more. Not only is this the second set of the day, but these guys have already played, what, 6 rounds? So just the fact that it keeps going back and forth, the more they go on, the more you're going to see them get tired. And, I mean, honestly, might lead to some more mistakes. Everything's fairly well calculated right now, but as soon as you get tired, things start to change.
Comes in, the Hurricanes come down, landing down onto Master for a little bit. I say a little bit, but a lot of damage. One does do quite a good chunk, and Slowy not able to dodge the spread that Master is putting out. Master looking to take game 2 here.
Yeah, oh man, and managing to land that Raptor Ellipse on the hand too. It's a good setup.
Oh.
Oh, but Slode pushes it back with the Hurricane and the Charge Hammer. And Slode is going to take the set. Or the game. Not the set yet. Not the set yet.
Game 2, though.
Yep,
Into their pockets.
Game 2. And now Master's got to get this back. Wow. Just going to show how big those Hurricanes are. That Hurricane one, that fast fall Hurricane is doing work today.
Yeah, absolutely. Slowed here. Great job of continuously applying this pressure too. The Lumas are always a threat as well that Master's got to be aware of. These Hurricanes and even the bullet spreads being nicely sent out towards Master. And so maybe Slowed sort of found a good solid process. Chip away at Master's HP. Let's see if Master can, again, connect with these big hitters. The Vipers, the double Viper. They've certainly put it on display before, and Slowy is very aware of that threat.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just about to make a comment there. I think Master might just be getting a little bit too, and it seems weird, but comfortable. I think that they're getting a little bit too comfortable with their combos. They're not really aiming for where Slowed is. Rather, they're just kind of sending out the weapons and hoping that Slowed ends up running into the bullets. And, you know, they did manage to land that Viper Ellipse there, but they've got to get their head back in the game during this last match. Or hopefully it isn't the last match, but if they don't get their head back in the game, it might be.
Absolutely. This is 2 rounds away from being knocked out of contention for that championship banner. Yep. And obviously that prize pool that you want to be a part of. You want to get those HyperX goods that are on the line. And so let's see either one of these players does. Is Slowed also so close to taking this. They take 2 big chunks of damage, and Master takes a round.
Yep. And listen, the prize pool, the rewards, the HyperX rewards, very nice, but that championship banner, priceless. Priceless.
Yep. Oh, Hurricane's doing a nice bit of damage to kick things off here for Slowed.
Yep. And, you know, especially as you get tired, those Viper shots that you have to move really quickly in order to get out of the way of are going to get harder and harder to dodge.
Yeah, they are.
Woohoo! As do the Raptor Ellipse bullets, huh? Slud just trying to hide in the corner for a little bit. He didn't know where those bounces were, but he knew that they were coming down at some point. Woo, and there we go. Quick Luma's going to go ahead and get an easy 20 damage for Slowed.
Tries to get that charge hammer out to connect on the Master, but can't quite. And good dodge work from Slowed to avoid the bounces, avoid the spread, keep their slight lead. Now I say slight, but it's a little bit larger as we go into the back minute of round 2. Oh, not so much anymore.
Oh, but the same thing we saw at the end of last game. The Hurricanes taking it back for Slowed.
Oh, I didn't capture the replay in time. That certainly was a exciting finale or end of that round. But we go back to it for round number 3 of game 3. Slowed just a round away from securing this and advancing forward, and Master trying to fight back through what is going to be a long comeback road if they can start here.
Yep. All right, good setup though.
The nade never goes off.
Yep. I think may have ran into bullets. I think it actually hit the side of the podium there. But, you know, again, it's to some degree from both of these 2 players. You know, after 3 hard-fought matches in the 3rd round 3 that we've seen today, they're getting tired. It's harder to pay attention to everything that's going on, and especially when your attention's having to be split in multiple different directions. We'll definitely see the big damage start to come out. Oh, and speaking of which,
nice attack from Master. They've got themselves into a very comfortable position here going in to the back half of round number 3. 50 seconds left on the clock, and Slowly continues to get chipped away. Master fighting this one with all they can as the Hurricanes come into the back to push them to the forward. The Wildcats there. The nade ends it.
Oh my goodness. What a way to end it. Oh, GG's from both these two. And again, when stuff's flying in all sorts of different directions and you're tired, it's even harder to see stuff like that coming. But that was just a beautiful toss from Slowed there.
Cap, I mean, what a series. Sloyd obviously putting on a good showcase here, but a hard-earned battle there by Master as well.
Yeah, as someone who just lost the Master, I don't think anyone's going to be surprised when I say he's a very good player, and there's no shame in losing matches to him, obviously. But Sloyd just showing he's the better player here. Sloyd's been putting so much work into, the thing with Sloyd is he's always been a fantastic dodger. You talk about how good his dodging is, that's not new. He's been that a long time. But really what's new is he's got a lot better at his aggressive plays, which is normally the other way that pro players tend to improve. Most people get the aggression down at the start and then kind of get dodging thrown back in. But Sloyd's always been a master dodger, and you can really see that he's just very good at landing these combos and doing damage when he needs to. And the other thing to know is that when you see him go into the game, you can always see that he knows exactly what he needs to be doing in order to try and win the round. He doesn't get frustrated and grab weapons like all the rest of us do. He knows to wait for his combos and follow up in a very controlled way.
Slowy, maybe a little bit delirious after their last game. That Kronstar and Josie are up next, but it's Kron and Bot. Kron certainly is surprised to see that, as I think Josie was, but yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, you know what? I saw a lot of those rounds. I mean, it was very close all the way through. I mean, all three of those games went to round 3. So despite the fact that, on paper it's 3-0, still a very close match. And a lot of those were, getting into the very last seconds of the round. Both players are on red. And, it's really in those critical moments where you're dripping in sweat. You don't know what's quite going on, but you're going to keep firing your weapons. Those are the points where you really have to summon up that willpower to really refocus on everything that's going on. And I do think that Slow just does better in those sorts of environments. He's able to, really force himself to pay attention and figure out, Blaston's a lot about finding out, the 2-second moment where your opponent has some sort of weakness that you can exploit, and Slowed was jumping on top of that one.
Yeah, and again, a great battle there between those two. Happy to have gotten into it. Our next matchup we got to get ready for. Kronster versus Bot. And Cap, I'll come to you. What do you think about this Kronster-Bot matchup? I mean, the winner here goes up against Josie.
I'm a big fan of both players. I'm a huge Bot fan. I'm a huge Kronster fan. And I'm hoping that we're going to see a double Viper duel. The Bot is a phenomenal double Viper player, and so is Crawl. I'm going to give this Kronster, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bot win a round or two through a Bot judge, because Kronstar doesn't bring defense, so all he can do is try and dodge. So yeah, that's my prediction. I think Kronstar will take it, but I think Bot will win a round or a game off running Kronstar's podium and popping him with a hammer and a Viper, a Hammery and a Viper.
You're just a few moments away from getting into our next matchup.
Oh.
Let's again go ahead and refresh our memories on the bracket before we get into the gameplay. Kronstar and Bot. We do have obviously Sloyd and Master. Sloyd will be advancing on to go up against Turbo tomorrow. Winner of here, Kronstar and Bot, will go up against Jay Josie tomorrow. And then we have 24 and Monty Ban tomorrow. And then losers bracket rounds until we get to the finals. So a lot of good and very exciting games to look forward to tomorrow. And obviously one final hype matchup here to tune into between Kronstar and Bot. Kronstar's on the blue, Bot in the red. Go ahead and give the ready to the players. What are we seeing on loadouts that stands out? Anything unique here? Obviously, more Viper play. That's been a key staple of almost every
I was
player.
going to say, that honestly is the big thing that I see. Double Viper. It's a double animal style out here. And, Bot has that Aegis shield, and, but both of them running the double Viper, running the Hammer Ellipse, and really the only difference that I see is the Raptor Ellipse being swapped for the Aegis Shield and the Wildcat for that Charge Hammer. So, you know, both obviously going for the same style of build and just approaching it from two different directions.
They've gotten the go-ahead. They're ready to dive into it. Any final words, Cap, before we kick off into our final game of the afternoon?
No final words. I'm just very excited for this match. I think I like Kronstar's loadout a bit more than bots. Just because Wildcat Raptor Ellipse is a really nice follow-up damage, which is great for doing chip, and that's what sometimes these games will come down to in the last 10-20 seconds. Just a bit more chip.
Well, start off with some big damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and so same for Bot. The Viper slinging coming in here, and it's truly a gun-slinging battle here. Big chunks of damage opening up for both sides as we get into the first 30 seconds, and both players are almost down on HP.
Oh my goodness. Less than 30 seconds in. Oh no, Bot steps out of bounds. I'm pretty sure that was out of bounds damage on Bot there. Oh no. Wow. That was crazy.
As soon as the timer ticks off, too, Kronstar's up into the front, throwing out Viper shots right away. I mean, really stepping up things here, trying to get aggressive early. And Kronstar actually sitting at the floor there with their hand up, waiting for the weapon to be thrown at them so they can grab it and redirect it.
Ooh, that Charge Hammer doing some work, too. And yeah, honestly, it's, you know, that extra bit of distance, especially when your opponent is also at the front of their play area, makes all the difference in the world. The nice thing, too, is that Kronstar will get the opportunity to use that bounce. And honestly, in this match, I'm kind of surprised neither one of these players brought a Luma. But who knows? We're still in the first matchup. They could easily do a weapon swap.
Yep. Very well could be. You don't have to keep playing through the rounds with the same loadout through every single game like we did see last series. You can swap your guns and loadout and try and change things up in what was a comfortable lead for Bot. Gets destroyed in a matter of seconds. Kronstar takes game one.
Adams, my goodness.
Just want to jump in quickly and just say that there's a reason Bot isn't running Bounce Viper. And that's not because of any strategic technique. It's just because he disagrees with the attachment being in the game.
Oh, it's on a moral grounds. It's like a hunger strike.
Interesting to hear, but hey, it's well, working for Kron, clearly.
There you go. Woo! Catches the hand. Man. Okay. This is the first time I've really seen Bot trying to stay at the back of the play area. Ooh, nice catch. He almost sends it back, but not quite. And just, wow.
You're never safe in a matchup like this. That is the case in point we're learning here in our final matchup of the afternoon. Anything can happen. We've seen rounds finish at the last second. And woo,
Oh my
good
goodness,
dodging.
the drop
Nice
block
work.
coming from Prawn too.
Very nice
Ooh,
job there.
and Bot has to turn around and almost gets caught by the Wildcat, but not quite.
And you can tell the difference there in Bot versus Master in terms of having played, you know, and had breaks. Bot obviously still fresh going into this series here as they're very quick. You know, you can see at the end of that last game, Master kind of a little bit slower than they normally have been. And either way, both of these players are really duking it out. They both want to advance on. They don't want to be eliminated here.
Oh my gosh. This might be the fastest game we've seen today. I mean, oh, he dropped the Hammer Ellipse. No. Yeah, not just in terms of the weapons themselves, but also just in how fast these two are blocking.
Yeah, the movements, really. I mean, obviously, we're coming down to the final seconds of these rounds, so they're not technically fast, but just the way that they're playing, the style, the aggression, the loadouts in particular lend itself to feel just like a quicker paced game than what we've been having with the bullet hell spreads. And certainly exciting, but who is going to come out on top is the question. Every little bit of damage matters, and it's going to be Kronstar.
Kronstar. Oh, yes.
Barely.
Wow. Just the all-out aggression. It's almost a little bit funny to me, which is why I keep laughing. But my goodness, from both of these two, the level of aggression is just insane.
Hungry to do damage. That's like a good way of looking at it, as they are both really getting in there, stepping to the front of the podium, diving back to the back of their podium. 360s from Kronstar, trying to throw a little style onto some of these shots as well, even in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, that could have been devastating.
Ooh, okay, there we are.
Detonates.
Landing the straight Viper. And, you know, as much as I don't feel like the extra 5 damage really makes that much of a difference, I will say the fact that, Kronstar isn't going to be able to do as much as far as drop blocking is concerned. Does, I feel like, factor in, especially in the double Viper v double Viper matchup. Bot taking a little bit of damage there, too, and that might be it.
It almost looked like Kronstar threw a grenade close enough so that Bot would intentionally reach to catch it, and then they'd hit with their Viper shots. And now, as Bot tries to navigate the floor, Kronstar takes game number 2.
Yeah, and honestly,
No
I think that may have been exactly what happened. I wouldn't put it behind Kronstar to do some sort of like fifth dimensional mind game like that. And just like you were saying before, starting the round off by just running to the front of their podium and just sticking that Viper directly in their opponent's face.
Yeah, it worked out for Bot nicely as they managed to get one, but Kronstar doing some of that chip damage we talked about as an option certainly is there and present in these loadouts. But we're just seeing big connections come through like those.
Yep. Oh, no! The Viper Ellipse!
I mean, really just great predictions from Kronstar to read the dodge and anticipate where they were going to be. Like, the bullets were going where their opponent was going, not where they were. And really nice connections there with those big hitters. And now they sit in a very comfortable position in game 3.
Yeah. Wow, just amazing. Oh, there we are. And Kronstar gonna go ahead and take... well, it's not set point, but it is now.
Close. About to take set point, about to knock Bot out of this tournament and advance on to face up against Jay Josie tomorrow. So regardless, they're going to have a tall order ahead of them tomorrow. But either way, they're playing very good here. And Kronstar, again, just a round away from securing this. We'll see if Bot can weather what is going to be a very long comeback road if they can manage it. But we've seen it happen today, so it's not out of the books.
Yeah. I almost don't want to say anything because I don't want to jinx it. But I mean, hey, especially 30 seconds in, both of these two are still at full health. Full health, especially when the first game was over within a minute.
Within the first 34 seconds.
Yeah, within the first 34 seconds.
The pacing definitely has changed, like you could say, as we get deeper and deeper into the series. And finally, some damage dealt. It was a gun that connected against the opponent. One single bit of damage has been dealt. For a full minute, there's one bullet that connects finally for Kronstar, but still a very close round number 2 and potentially finisher for the series.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be a good match when a Raptor Ellipse bullet somehow feels like a Viper Ellipse bullet. They're, still too close to call. I want to say this is Bot right now going into the last 30 seconds. Oh, well, definitely now.
Now they're sitting much more comfortable, but what is comfortable? 28 seconds left.
Exactly.
Anything could go here. You could be seeing big hitters come in the final 5, so especially with Double Viper, you gotta stay on your toes until the very end.
Yep. No! He does! He charges at him! Oh my God.
Risky.
Yeah, right? That was the riskiest point. You're on set point and you have a lead. Why, Bot?
We saw them do that last time and they lost because of it.
That's how he lost. Not the set, but he was still losing the one time that he had a solid lead. So, yeah, my goodness.
Either way, they take the round and survive to live another day and potentially start that comeback train that they need to start putting the coal into the fire here, because Kronstar obviously sitting comfortable.
It was almost over right there, actually. Bot reached out for that nade and realized his mistake a split second before it really became relevant. Kronster's now in the red.
Bot's bouncing back. Bot's coming back. And behind the back grenade toss doesn't end up connecting onto Bot. Kronster still throwing some flair into their shots, even in the moment that they are potentially about to lose their first game of this series. Maybe they're feeling confident because they have that 2-game lead. But either way, a very good start here and a good lead for Bot.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, the other thing too is we've been talking about it a lot during these last matches, but this is the second game that these two have had to play. Specifically, you know, Kronster had to play a lot sooner due to the time zone differences. You know, you got to wonder how fresh Bot is and how much that's factoring into this comeback.
Yeah, could be a stamina element here as Kronster has, again, been playing a lot of gameplay over the last maybe 2 hours, and a lot of crouching, a lot of squatting, a lot of sweating. And
definitely getting in leg depth.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, they'll be feeling it tomorrow, too, if they can advance on. We'll have to see. Oh, Bot denies that grenade from detonating. That could have been. We've seen those grenades end rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, even in the last 5 seconds, well, I think he's safe now, but...
No!
Oh, okay,
Whoa.
wow. Yeah, in a different world, that would have decided the match right there, but very well played, and Bot might be making the comeback. The reverse sweep is all he needs.
Cap a brief moment of your time here, but it's what is happening here? Is Bot going to be no loadout swaps? What's the difference?
Nothing. Bot's just stopped being so aggressive. He's realized that at the front of the podium, both Kraun can out-dodge him, so he's got to try a different game style, which seems to be working out for him. And I'm very happy for him to have done the bot charge. And just quickly before we go, before I let you guys take over, if any of you have ever played bot and he does it on you, it's over before you realize what he's doing, unless you're specifically waiting for it. It's just so fast.
Big connection for Kronstar here to kick off this round, and they're definitely coming in with a vengeance. Maybe now a little bit more focused and not throwing out that style like we were seeing, as they do put out some big. They do connect. Oh, there's a nice hit with the Raptor Ellipse. The nade to pile on top of it, and Bot is looking rough into the first minute.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, okay, there we go. Landing a nice Viper Ellipse shot. Again, just kind of figuring out when your opponent's going to be distracted. Oh, but the nade is going to take him out. All right, and Kronster's back here again with set point.
What will Bot do? Back against the wall. They've been here before. They're not afraid to try and mount that comeback. They've already sort of started it here with one game in the books. They have to obviously put 2 rounds in a row here, and, well, that's a good start to at least get the first.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Cat had it right on the money. That Bot has sort of realized that, hey, you know what? If I go in and do hyper aggression versus hyper aggression and just trade blows, it's not going to look too good for me. And I think that what's happening now is that Kronster's also realizing that. Again, this could just be these two players getting tired too, but I mean, hey, if it helps, it helps.
The Viper battle. Kronstar at a slight disadvantage in HP, but a lot of time left to go. And so both of these players have plenty of time to try and connect with the charge hammers up front, the Vipers up front, anything that they can throw at their opponent. You can see Bots really dishing everything they got out to Kronstar, and there's a nice connection from Kron.
Yeah. That pretty much brings them even, too, as we head here into the last minute.
Kron almost reached up to get that full nade into their hand, but fortunately enough, they did not and just barely avoided it. But because it detonated, it did some damage, and now Bot and Kron are, like you said, practically even in HP, and so it's anyone's game. It's an ellipse away. It's a hammer nade away.
With a hammer ellipse. Some chip damage is just what the doctor ordered for Kronster. Oh no! But they get hit on the hand. 17 seconds left.
Charge hammer to come in so late here. The double Vipers flying towards Kron as Kron Tries to chip away, tries to do the damage they need, tries to connect with the ellipse. It's going to come down to this hammer nade doing anything for them, and it's dodged. The Viper ellipse doesn't connect. And
you're seeing Bot wiggle the finger, saying no, not today. But it's not over yet, folks. It's not over yet.
Round 3 of game 4. We could be headed to a game 5 at this pace. Bot trying to orchestrate this comeback, but this isn't the opening they need.
Yeah, no. Ooh, okay, nice. Bot took a lot of damage there, but honestly, they drop blocked a lot of stuff, and they could have taken a lot more damage during that first initial push, but I think it's starting to get to him. I think that the sweat, it's starting to drip, and I think that it's starting to affect his gameplay as he tries to push up against this reverse sweep. Nice catch.
Slap down there. Kron doing a good job of avoiding this damage. As they are looking healthy going into the back half. And you really do want to have your full HP even up against Bot here like this, because at any moment you could be chunked down into a very close battle.
Oh, there we go. Kronster going ahead and taking a big Viper bullet. Bot is solidly in the red, but anything could happen in this last minute.
Reached up to the sky to shut down the hammer nade just in time. That's mean. Oh, not big damage, but there's the lips connecting onto Kron. It's similar HP now as Bot is just a bullet away from taking this. The same goes for Kron. They can just connect with one of these ellipses. One of these Vipers is going to be the game to them. A good step back there as they are both looking
big
to challenge each other. The Bounce Viper coming in with the hammer nade, trying to focus Bot's attention to the side while they redirect. Every little bit of damage matters. Chip damage, Raptor ellipse damage. Bot has very little HP, and they're gonna go down. Kronster is gonna take the series.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. What a great set to end off our day. My goodness. GG's to both of these two. What amazing plays.
A fantastic day, Cap, filled with fantastic games. Your thoughts on what has been 8 of some of the best Blast On games I've seen.
This is why I love high-level tournaments, because I think, a lot of games that I played in my time, not great spectator sports, but really high-level Blast On, especially when you've played the game, you know how hard it is, and the strategy and the skill and also the athleticism that's required in order to pull off some of these games. I think, honestly, VRML has exceeded any expectations I could have had for it. It's been a fantastic league, and it's really shaping up to be an amazing finals weekend to close things out. So very happy with everything over.
Yeah, I would think the same goes for us in the Blast On community. I'm certainly impressed with both, obviously your guys' casting and dedication to the scene, but everyone's dedication to the scene. And in particular, I mean, these players, this is fantastic, very high-level gameplay, thoughtful gameplay, methodical ins and outs, mind games, everything you need at a very, very high level. I mean, Oolong, anything else before we do wrap up here, what has been a long day?
No, I think that's all that I was gonna say, and especially towards the end in those last 2 matchups, even playing one set of games before obviously factored in, and I think that we saw it really during that match, especially when you get tired and you're losing and things aren't looking great for you. That's where you got to pull it together. That's where the really, really good players will pull it together and will really focus in and push themselves very far. And I think that's really, at the end of the day, what we all want to see here on the desk, and what I think pushes Blast On forward overall is people really pushing themselves to be the best they possibly be. And, again, thank you guys at VRML for giving everybody, including me, the platform to be able to do that.
Absolutely. Cap, any other thoughts before we sign off?
Sorry, I just wanted to, because you did note about the level of dedication from players, and I just wanted to say that the players have been putting so much work within this VRML tournament, and I can tell you because I've played 8 hours a night of Blaston trying to prep for this game, which I did lose. And I can tell you the other players in the tournament have been pretty much matching that. So I've been seeing them in queue all day. So big thanks to everyone for really trying to commit and make this a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, one final look at the bracket before we advance on to tomorrow. You can see we've gone through a hearty amount of games here. 2 weekends full of gameplay, 3 days to get us to where we are and to get us to our finals tomorrow. We have 24 and Monty Ban, Jay Josie and Kronstar, Turbo and Slowweed all advancing on for a chance at that banner, at that prize pool, at the prestige of being the first Season 1 champion. And one thing we haven't talked about at all today is those championship points you could be earning here by winning. The first opportunity to earn points in what is going to be hopefully a multitude of opportunities to get championship points over a course of, community hosted events, but obviously also playing in that ranked ladder, getting those points so that you can have that opportunity to participate in what is a really cool series that Blaston is hosting with a $10,000 prize pool. So the stakes are continuing to get higher and higher. We have finals tomorrow. I'm super hyped. Cannot wait. Do not miss it. Starts at 10 a.m. PST. It'll be live here on this channel, on Facebook, YouTube, and on venues. So you can catch it on any platform that you desire. But that'll be it for us here on the desk. My name is Ben Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-casters, Captain Fabulous and Dr. Oolong. We'll see you all tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. Don't miss it.